just realized I didn't make my now live. I didn't make my now live. Crap. Dang it. Alright, shush you. Okay, let's go to the catalog. Let's see. Genre. No. Brands. Was this the one? Like, yeah. Hello, Gabby. You're making me blush. I should have taken something for this headache. Doing this just made my head hurt more. Why am I like this? Hey, Doug, good morning. Hello, hello. I feel like I started stream late. Gosh, bad habits. In my defense, I was setting up this, like, real- Ow. How dare you. In my defense, I was setting up this, like, cafe area. I think it looks pretty nice. Lane never late. I just realized my bitrate graph looks fucking crazy. Hold on, I'll show you guys. You like it? I got it off a booth. It's so pretty. If you want to use it, hold on. Let me get the link. Let me get the linky. The linky off a booth. There you go. There you go. Very pretty. Very nice. I quite like it. Bow, bow, bow. Wowee. Wowee. Oh, 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 oh. There we go. Yeah, new scene. I'm trying something. I'm trying to do an experiment. Yeah, it's really nice. Definitely yoink. Big yoinky is. The artist who made this also has a few other ones too that might be up your alley as well. So definitely give them a little looky-loo. I quite like it. Very nice. They also have like a desk that had like books and stuff on it, but I thought the empty desk is kind of better because I can put stuff on it. I see the arcade stuff kind of fits for your like whole vibe though, you know? The reason I even went with like a cafe kind of thing was because I was like, oh, like why do people like talking head content? You know? Why like I don't get it because I'm just some like greasy gamer person, you know? How do I know how like non-greasy, stinky gamers think? I have no fucking idea. Or maybe there are some stinky, greasy gamers that like talking head content, you know? Who am I to judge? But I'm just the kind of brand of greasy, stinky gamer that goes, ugh, someone's just sitting there and talking. What am I supposed to do with this? Why isn't there fucking, like, stuff going on in the background? Why isn't Counter-Strike in the background? What the heck? Why isn't there Counter-Strike in the background? Why isn't there Subway Surfer? Yeah, exactly! Yeah. So I was like, there is like, you know, people who enjoy this kind of thing where it feels like you're talking to someone, right? Like, say, across the table at a cafe, hanging out and just, you know, shooting the shit and what have you. I think there's something to be said for that. I feel like there's value in that, whereas before I kind of didn't get it, but like I was thinking about it. I was talking with Z, and Z was like, well, you know, it's like that experience of being social can feel really important to people, and makes people feel good, makes people happy. They enjoy that. And I'm like, shit, you know what? You have a point. My brain was stuck in content creator brain where I'm like, well, something has to be happening. I can't just be talking. Something has to be happening. But does it? Does it though? Does it actually? I mean, I don't like that content. But maybe I should try it out. Maybe I should push myself to do a little bit of that. Minecraft parkour video in the background, Subway Surfer in the corner, sand cutting ASMR video in the other corner. Yeah, but then, like, I'm not the kind of person that's gonna go rip off someone else's gameplay, so I would have to do all that stuff myself, record it, and then put it in corners. Although I do really like yapping in Minecraft. I'm still gonna do shit like that. I'm still gonna yap in Minecraft. You know? But yeah. So I'm trying to think of this as more of like, this isn't just me sitting here yapping at you. It's more of like, what is gained from sitting here yapping on you? The new yapping gamepad seems to be OSRS. Yeah, but I don't want to play freaking OSR. But I don't wanna! Not to mention just chatting in general. Although I could play any game I freaking wanted where the main thing is me talking and just set it in just chatting. There's no reason to, like, if I was playing Minecraft and I was literally just mostly talking, there's no reason for me not to put it on just chatting. Fuck, even if I was in VR chat, there would be no reason not to put it in freaking just chatting if I'm just sitting there talking to the camera, you know what I mean? Go! They do it because it's the flavor of the week. Who knows? You probably do. None. How dare you? How How dare you, Sibacus? Hello. But yeah, I will say, I was sick as a dog this weekend. I'm still a little iffy. I'm pretty much better, but I still feel a little, I feel twingy. I got a little twinge of, but not as bad as it was this weekend. I think it's because I ate something bad on Friday. Because I'm smart. I'm very smart. I am not small. I am also not cute. That is correct. I see goat. I pet goat. How dare you? How dare you? The goat's down there. He's on the table. I was down with the sickness. Ooh, ah, ooh. Bop, 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 bop. Sorry, I was thinking of the doot skeleton. I do like the doot skeleton memes, and every time I think of ooh, wah, I also think of ooh, doot, 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 doot. Sorry, that was definitely just out there. Yeah, no, I'm feeling a lot better. There could be multiple goats at a petting zoo. I guess so. But I'm not in the petting zoo. He is. That little guy is. Not me. And some stupid cat. I'm not cute, nor little, nor shit. I am big dookie brain, okay? Play as lurkers in cages and no! There's no lurkers in the cage. There's no lurkers in the cage. Big shit, exactly. Exactly. Oh my gosh. Although when I was like sick as a dog, I was like laying on the couch. I was like, you know what? Huh? What? What the heck? Why are you putting peep? No! There's no cage. There's no cage. Shit! You know, why y'all watch me? I scream a lot, and I yell a lot, and I slam my desk, and I'm very hyper. I'm going to crash out, thrown like 4 to 10 pulls into the new Nier banner on Nikkei so far, only gotten B2 once. Ooh. Aw. The Gamba. Why is the Gamba so cruel? What the fuck? I don't even know how fast.
System says, Churching 1 2 3 4 5 has resubbed for 40 months.
There's no
with message no
containment.
cage, only a containment field of some sort. Churching 1 2 3 4 5, 40 months of chaotic containment with Chatia. Your message sparks curiosity and mischief. Let's continue our wild adventures together in the stream. Yugo Tilda.
I definitely don't need the full $60 PD. Slides Twitch 200 of Monopoly money to rebrand as the petting zoo. I'm sure is accepted. It's not the petting zoo. Paying for pulls is always a scam. It really is. Gamba's always a freaking scam. It's there to hijack your brain and take advantage of you. Okay, it's pretty free to play friendly. Yeah. I say stick with the free to play shit. Let's go. I'm not cute shaped. I'm very intimidating. I am intimidating shaped. Yeah, that was like another thing I was kind of confused on. I've been noticing these little keychains, the Labubu keychains, and I'm just not Gamba Brain. I'm just not Gamba Brain whatsoever. And I'm like, yeah, they're cute, but like, why do I see people buying like 30 of these fuckers? They're still going crazy for them. Hold on, I gotta find the 24 karat gold Labubu. 24 karat gold Labubu. The 24 karat gold Labubu. Oh, is this gonna be super loud? Oh my god, it's gonna be super loud. Where's something that I can adjust the sound on? Where's something that I can... That's TikTok. Gold Labubu. Gold Labubu. This is the only 24 karat gold Labubu. Where the fuck is the video? Ah! It's so ugly. I think that's the other thing. It looks so crispy. Why does it look crispy? It's just a fucking like, it's just a thing to show off, I guess. 24 karat gold Labubu. Oh god, it looks so gross. Sorry. Every time I see it. Oh my god. Why steppies? It's basically Beanie Baby. It's Beanie Babies. 24 karat gold Labubu. Oh wait, hold on. I will show you what the 24 karat gold Labubu looks like. Stickers. Add from clipboard. Wait, what the fuck? Add from clipboard. There we go. 24 karat gold Labubu. Labubu. Why does it look like that? I feel like the other ones are like actually cute. Typically. Big ass cross, dude. Jesus Christ. Labubu. I'm trying to find one where it's on like YouTube. Can I find, or wait, maybe I could just search on YouTube. That would make more sense. 24 karat gold Labubu. Here we go.
I have the one and only 24 karat gold
Labubu.
I have the one and only 24 karat gold Labubu. The one and only 24 karat gold Labubu. This is the only 24 karat gold Labubu.
Corn Labubu.
My 24 karat gold Labubu.
Corn
I am now
Labubu.
going to prove to you all that my 24 karat gold Labubu. So, my 24 karat gold Labubu. So, as you all know, I am the proud owner of the 24 karat gold Labubu.
Like it's a plastic one? I see people have made corn outfits for them.
I am the only person in the world to have a 24 karat gold Labubu.
Labubu.
I own the only 24 karat gold Labubu. I can't believe it. I've been out today and someone's stolen my 24 karat gold Labubu. Get ready with me while I get ready to go to the news station about my 24 karat gold Labubu.
Labubu. Hey Z, when you gonna pull that accent out? You're like British. You just live in New Zealand. When are you gonna pull that accent? That thing must be heavy as fuck. If I pull that accent out, shoot me. 24 karat gold. La Bobo. She's got that, like, fake posh. She's got that fake posh. You know what I mean? Am I emitting radiation tonight? What? Huh? No. Well, the Labubu got stolen. Wait, did she get her Labubu back? Has she gotten her Labubu back?
I have the
24 karat gold Labubu stolen. Hold on. Let's see. Did she... Has she gotten it back? Has she gotten the Labubu back? Wait, missing 24 karat.
Little update on my 24 karat gold Labubu that got stolen. So I've been to the news and they are going to broadcast it all later, and there is currently a search party out there for my 24 karat gold Labubu in Marbella. So if that doesn't work, then I'm going to set up a GoFundMe, and I think we're going to have to get the military involved in trying to find my 24 karat gold Labubu. A lot of people have said, did you not have it insured? Obviously I did, but that's not the point. And then obviously if that doesn't work, then I'll...
She had a Labubu insured? Why the fuck was she walking around with that thing on her bag?
Probably just have to melt down some more of my gold bars to make another one. The only problem is, though, is that I will not be the only person in the whole wide world to have the 24 karat gold Labubu if I have to.
She gotta melt down some gold bars. Okay, I get this now. It's a bit. That's so funny. Hold on. What the fuck is this? This woman is insane. Okay, ma'am. Ma'am. Wait, did she get it back? Did she get the Labubu back? Did she get it back? Ruby Labubu. This is bizarre. This is bizarre. Her boyfriend looks so weird. Okay, that's mean. He doesn't look weird. He's just... He looks so normal compared to her. I guess is the thing. Ah! Wait, I'm... Ah! Okay, how did the Labubu get returned?
Guess who got their 24 karat gold Labubu back? So once again, I am the one and only who has the 24 karat gold Labubu.
Labubu.
So many of you for helping me. You've even outdone Trump. Now, I don't know if any of you know, but I am the 15th cousin of Pablo Escobar. I am his 15th prima. I think this had a lot to do with the 24 karat gold Labubu being returned to me. That, and also Pablo was very spiritual himself. Now, I don't know if anyone's seen, but everyone keeps saying that they're demonic. But, you know, all I done was manifest a little bit last night. And guess who's back? On my doorstep. Anyway, karma goes around in very crazy ways. And I'm just happy to have my 24 karat gold Labubu back. Just a little gracias, Primo Escobar, for bringing back
The ghost of what? What? Did she really thank the ghost of Pablo Escobar for getting her heart? 24 karat gold. Labubu. This is amazing. Oh my god, I found a 24. Yeah, I saw that too. It looks terrifying. It's like someone dressed in rags and they're like spray painted gold. This is wild. I want to hear Z talk in a Valley Girl accent. I think it'll be hilarious. Not sure if you can be mad or not. Pulled the banner one more time. Got an SSR. So I was like, oh nice, finally another B2. Except it was Delysian Pain. But then it was Emma, so yay? Oh my god. Listen, it's your money to spend. Just don't fucking like throw everything away. Actually draw a line in the sand, a land in the sign, you know? Not these. Oh, they're free pulls? Then nah, fuck it. Fuck it, free pulls, let's go. I don't pay for the character pulls, pog. Just grind. Grind the character pulls. Take some heavy losses, and you'll think they make it work. Draw a lane in the sand. I'm not going into sand. Actually, I wouldn't mind going in sand. I want to go to the beach. I need beach. You need both kidneys. Oh my, you need kidneys. Keep both kidneys. You should definitely be keeping both of them. Both of them. Sacrifice my kidney for the chance of 3-star in my primitive. Oh my god. Nah. I don't care. I don't care about your gotcha women. Your kidney's worth more than a waifu, I assure you. Oh my god. Just save. I say that like that's easy. For some people, that's rough. Ugh. Hold on. Let me look. Let me look. Let me look. Okay. I like the cat made one. But no, it is not worth a kidney. GD. What the life was a pair of big Donbon honkaroos? Then just go look at a picture of the waifu with the Donbon honkaroos. Why do you gotta get it in the game? Not my appendages. I got so much harder for cat-made outfit at AX. I'm looking at some statues here that are very wowie. I'm still mad I didn't buy that Anise figure. Yeah, but you saved like, what, 400 bucks or something? Or was it 300? How much was it? I'd have to buy it secondhand. Like, all the sellers are located in Soterra cost. Yeah. You're fine. You're fine. Put it towards the next figure. The next figure at the next con. What do I need my kidneys for? To make piss? This is bullshit. Donbon honkaroos. Next year for sure, I'm going ready with 4,000. Oh my god. Well, start saving now! Yeehaw! I still want that Ryoko Habuki bunny figure, but I'd have to pay 500 bucks. Whew. I bought a Miku figurine, and that was $35. That's about all I spent on figurines. Thought I spent a lot, spending like 700. Then saw someone who spent about 14. Ugh! That makes me. I I just think about that, and I'm like, that's a lot of rent and groceries. Rent and groceries. Although there's people who like legit don't buy anything all year and they only spend at AX, and it's like, you know what? More power to you. If you're able to save up that money for it, fuck, why not? Living my dream. I grew up poor, man. I can't do it. I can't do it. I would feel too bad if I spent like on a big purchase. I get very weird. Even stuff that I know that's gonna be useful to me, I get very iffy once I know it's like above 500 bucks. And I'm like, do I really need it? Do I actually need it? Can I get by without it? I got Abe, the Cardcaptor Sakura Star Bless figure for Christmas a few years back as a laugh. Wait. Oh, how pretty! This is so pretty. I love Cardcaptor Sakura. I was trying to figure out that Pop Mart stuff, and they had like some Cardcaptor Sakura little thingies that would have been pog to get, but they were sold out. I was about to say, even buying that sunflower jacket. I will say clothes is like one of the things where I'm just like, oh, 80 bucks for a jacket, 120 bucks for like a really nice jacket, 80 bucks for like a really nice hoodie. Fuck it, let's go. We ball. Cause good clothes will last you. Good clothes will last you. They're not gonna go bad. They're not gonna get ratty and get holes in them in 2 years. They're gonna actually last you, and they're gonna be comfy as fuck. I love that shit. Hell yeah! It's a good sweater. It's a good sweater. It looks cute as fuck. Look at me blush. Making making me I want a Bibu sweater that isn't a pullover, but also isn't black. Although that Bibu cap is so cute! Oh my god, I didn't see this! Ah, that's so cute! That's purple. Ah, it's only $35. I need to be good. I need to be good. I wanted to buy it, but the shipping was nuts. I didn't want to risk it arriving broken. And then I went to the mall and Box Lunch had it, so I was all, box it up! I was at Box Lunch the other day. I went to one of the malls and was checking some stuff out. They randomly had a Digimon t-shirt out of fucking nowhere. But it was the only one they had, and there was no other Digimon merch in the whole store, and I was like, the fuck is this? I had to get it, obviously. I had to get it. It was a cool looking little shirt. I was like, this is mine now. They should make LeynnieVODs. LeynnieVODs. Oh, make LeynnieVODs? Oh my god. The Hollow Lifetime Dodger kept using the edited picture of lore accurate Peeboo height. Oh my gosh. I saw her cute little thing on the Dodger Stadium thing. It was so cute. I love Peeboo. I love Peeboo. She's so cute. She's such a mood. She's also a gamer. She's a gamer. I've lost track of whatever the fuck I was talking about. I got completely interested to see how Artist Alley is at TwitchCon this year. I know it'll be newer. Oh yeah, no. The Artist Alley, when I went in 2019, it was very tiny. And then when I went this last year, it's actually way bigger and kind of nice. I actually really dug it. It was kind of cool. Lots of, if you like, there's lots of like gaming related stuff. Lots of gaming related stuff is the main thing. And then obviously a lot of the booths have to do with different Twitch streamers and stuff like this. Because they are the Twitch streamers. They're there. Nah, it's more gaming culture. It's gonna be more gaming culture. Cute, random cute stuff. Lots of random cute stuff. So like cutesy-ootsy shit, which is Pog. There's like a little bit of VTuber stuff. There's like a little bit of VTuber stuff last year. But mostly like gaming related and cutesy shit. It's not so much streaming related in that usually the artists who are at the TwitchCon Artist Alley are the streamers themselves, and what they're known for is art. When do we get LeynnieVODs? Fucking never. Their ears are in the wrong place to be a LeynnieVOD. They got like bunny ears. I'm a goat. They need to be on the side. LeynnieVOD. But why am I yawning? This isn't fair. I haven't even been up that long. I will say the other thing that I've been kind of like about, and I think it's affecting my mood, is that Buttons has like a growth underneath her arm. And it's definitely getting bigger. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's anything bad. But it definitely means I need to take her back to the vet to get it checked out. But she's 17 years old. They would, in order to like actually check what it is, they would need to do a biopsy on her, which involves giving her anesthesia, which she's old, and that could legitimately might kill her. She's got high blood pressure problems and stuff, so it's like I'm just very worried that this is the beginning of the end for my little piss baby, and it's a little stressful. Yeah, it's scary. And, like, they had taken some cells out of it, so they had, like, taken a syringe and slurped some stuff out of there or something. And the pathologist that they took it to was like, hey, these don't necessarily mean it's anything bad. It could just be, like, a weird little benign tumor. But if it's on, like, her mammary, like her little kitty titties, that could be bad for what kind of cells they are. And it's in such a weird spot where it's like, it's like on the edge of where that could possibly be. So I'm like, shit. Is it kitty tittied cancer? Is it cat breast cancer, basically? Is that what's happening here? And the doctor said that it would be very apparent that it's if it's that, because she says, like, they get very inflamed and there's abscesses and stuff like that, and I'm just fucking paranoid. I don't know what to do. But yeah, I woke up a bit late today. I wasn't able to call them. I was gonna call them today, so I'm gonna call them tomorrow morning. Tuesday morning. And be like, yo, hey, my cat. The thing got bigger. What do? Like, do we need to look at it again? Do I need to take her back in? Shrug. Yeah, they did. And it's got cells in there that could be bad or could be fine. The only way they'll know for sure is if they take a biopsy of it. So they cut a piece out, but in order to do that, they have to anesthetize her, right? They have to put her to sleep. And she's so fucking old that could potentially kill her. We're talking about a cat that's like, hold on, let me see here. Cat years, 17. 84 years old. She's the equivalent of an 84-year-old in cat years. She's old as hell. I get so paranoid too after taking FIP and IMHA. I freak out over every little thing with Amara. Oh, yeah. Just one of those things. She's a fighter though. We'll see how it goes. Worst case scenario, we just keep her comfy. Until she can no longer be comfy, you know? I don't think she'd be against that. That cat is spoiled as hell. I love that fucking piss baby. I love her so much. Yeah, she gets scared though. I need to... If it is a thing where it starts getting kind of bleh, I probably should just straight up ask the vet if they do, like, home visits for, like, putting the animals to sleep, just in case, because I don't want to have to... her last moments to be me shoving her in a freaking cat carrier and dealing with all that. I'd rather her just be a little scared of someone coming to the house instead of me going, okay, into the cat carrier and then to the vet office where you're scared out of your mind and then you die scared out of your little cat mind. I don't want to do that. If I have to, I will, but if I have the option not to, that would be awesome. I will figure something out. But I don't know. It's just one of those things where I'm like, you're getting to that age where stuff is starting to be a little spooky. Kitty's starting to get to the spooky age where there's not really much doctors can do. You know? She's an ancient cat. But we'll see. I'll take her to the vet again. Maybe they'll want to take another sample, maybe, just to see what's up with it, or at least take a look at it and see what they have to say. But she'll be taken care of. We'll take care of her. Thank you all for helping me take care of the kitties. The other two are also doing seemingly just fine. They don't seem to have any issues. Roy's still a little goofy goober, and Finn's still a quiet little scaredy cutie. My cat is 13. I'm already getting worried. She seems fine. Nothing odd, but 13. Yeah. I'm a catachondriac with my little void after the last one. Oh no! I've grown up with lots and lots of cats my whole life, so I just know this is just part of it. It's just part of life. But we'll see how it goes. I will say honestly, I've been spoiling her more than normal. I go, ugh, you're so old. Fine, have a piece of cheese. I usually don't give my cats people food at all, but I've been giving her, like, more, like, little human treats than normal. Because I'm like, I don't know how long you're here for. Here's some cheese, you little cheese fiend. I am not a bulb. Y'all are dumb. True! Don't forget to check your titties, your pecs, your balls. And, you know, if you're a grown-ass adult, you should probably go get some fingers inserted inside you to check if anything strange is going on. I mirror the streamer. Well, hey, if worse comes to worse, if you want to take some time spent with your cat, I can say for most of us, we'll understand. We'll wait for how long it takes. Huh? What? Huh? What do you mean? What? Yeah. Ah! Ugh. Oh my gosh. Y'all know I work from home, right? I stream for a living and I don't have like an office. I like stream from my home office. The cat's here. My kitty's here. I can still work and be with my cats. I'm not short and I'm not a hobbit! Desk is like too away from a room. I have a separate office from my bedroom. I wish I had a bigger office. I want a bigger office than what I have. I think you've only paid to have the test done so I can quit worrying all the damn time. Our kitty's blood work came back stupid good when the vet ran the old age panel. Like, they almost didn't believe us. He is old. Yeah, they were saying besides Button's weird, like, she's got a little bit of squiggly kidney values. But other than that, her blood work is, like, immaculate. They were like, she's doing really good for her age. Which I'm like, Pog. I don't know why she has high blood pressure, though. We still don't know. That would require so many tests. And she's so fucking old, and I hate putting her through all that. It was good peace of mind for an older cat. Real nice use the master bedroom as our office. I'm not marble-sized! I am regular-sized. Typical sized. Jeez! I have no clue why my two little old guys are doing as well as they are. We've got 2 outdoor cats that have to be at least 16 by now. They're not slowing down at all. Wow. Outdoor cats living for a long time always shocks me. Because before I ended up moving out on my own away from, like, my parents and stuff, all the cats we had were outdoor. And they never lived very long. Like, I think 14 was, like, the oldest. And that was, like, impressive. All the other cats died at, like, 9 or 10. And they looked rough. They looked fucking ancient. But, like, my 3 cats that I have, like, now, like, Rory is 10. He's looking great. Buttons is still looking great. Finn, he's, like, on the older-ish side, but he's still looking good. Although, Finn, I need to somehow get him to lose weight. It makes me worried. He's so fat. I don't want my cat to have a bunch of health issues because of his weight. He's so rotund. He's lost a little bit of weight. But I feel like it's not, like, falling off of him fast enough. It's taken, like, 2 years for him to get to the point where he can, like, lick his own butthole. And I know that's, like... Wait, what? But no, he was so round that he couldn't lick his own ass. He couldn't groom himself. But now he can. Like, as of this moment, he can lick his own butthole. And that's a huge improvement. But at the same time, it's like... You still look really big, buddy. I have no idea how Emmy, my 23-year-old cat, survived that long. She got attacked by a dog, had her gut shoved back in her when she was like 10, but kept going long after that. God damn. That's it is an accomplishment. He was so round before he couldn't reach, my poor boy. I had to get, you have to get like wipies and stuff for him. I had to get wipies. Wipe his little butthole. I expect to hear licking butthole today, but here we are. You know, that's just a part of life. Sometimes you have to utter the phrase licking butthole in a very real and serious manner. I remember his return presents on stream. He's such a round boy. He's such a round boy. He's my good boy, though. He's such a good cat. He's such a good little cat. I just wish he wasn't so scared. He's so scared of everyone. The only person he likes is me. Everyone else, he's like, ugh. Like, he can only go near Holly if she's laying down on the couch. And then he just hisses at Twin. He's just like, nope, I don't want this guy near me. Get him away. And I'm like, what are you scared of, buddy? Seems like outdoor cats die younger or bloody immortals. I definitely didn't have immortal outdoor cats. And we had a lot of cats. And some of them would just disappear and we would never see them again. That was like the other thing that I hated about having outdoor cats. Was this idea of, oh, just let them run around. And I'm like, I hated it. I hated it so much. I had cats that I loved, and they would just disappear. I was like especially traumatized when my cat Persia, when I was living out on the ranch, he was still kind of a baby. He was only like maybe a year old, and he disappeared one day. And I was so depressed. That was like my first cat. Like all the other cats that we had owned, it was like my parents' cats. But Persia was mine. He was for my birthday. He was for my 10th birthday. And I was like, this is my kitty, and I'm going to take care of him. And, yeah, he disappeared one day. And then 3 days later, we were we were getting ready to go to like work and school, and we hear meow. And we opened the door, and there he was, acting like nothing was amiss, except his back legs were all on crooked and twisted. He had probably gotten hit by a car, and then somehow managed to drag himself back. While also, like, the like, area that we lived out in the country also has wild dogs. And those dogs will rip apart other animals and stuff like that. I don't know how Persia managed to avoid those fucking monsters. Managed to drag himself back. And we had a big fence around the whole property of the ranch. Somehow climbed it. And then just strolled right back to the front door, meowing to come in and get some food and water. And I didn't go to school that day. We rushed him to the vet. They had to do emergency surgery on him. His hip was shattered. They had to put a bunch of pins and stuff in it. They were like, you can't let the cat, like, jump around and stuff while he's healing. And we had to my dad made this, like, frame out of PVC pipe and chicken wire that was only like a foot high, maybe like a foot and a half high. That was we had a tiny house. It was like the living room and kitchen and the master bedroom were all one room. And then there was a bathroom, and there was my bedroom, which was like a little tiny bedroom. It was an old house. And so we just took up the whole kitchen with that thing. My dad ended up making the, like, cage to keep him, like, penned up in. He didn't make it small. No. My dad made it huge because he's like, well, he should, like, as he's healing, he should be walking around. Like, it's bad for him to remain in one spot, so it was big. It was low to the ground, but it was huge, so it took up the whole kitchen. We had, like a little cheapo dining room table in, like, chairs and stuff. We had to, like, shove them up against a wall. We couldn't use them for, like, a couple months. But he healed up. But that fucking traumatized me. And, when I moved out and I ended up getting a kitty, I got Mellow. Well, we got Scruffy first, but Scruffy ended up going to my first ex when we separated. And I was like, we're not allowing the cats to be outside. If they're going outside, they're gonna be on leash. And that's how it was. My little cat, Mellow, he loved being on leash. He was such a good boy. He was so friendly with everyone. I would take him to places, and he would walk around with me. Yeah, they took Scruffy, but I had Mellow and Buttons. Which, Buttons is my little old grumpy lady. My little cute grumpy piss baby now. But, he was a very mellow cat. It's why I named him Mellow. Mellow I ended up getting from a terrible pet shop. Me and my first ex, we ended up randomly stopping to buy this random pet shop because I own mice. So I was like, oh, I haven't seen this pet shop, and it said like it had exotic pets in it. So I was like, oh, I want to see if they have any mice and like take a look there and what have you. And randomly, they had a bunch of exotic pets, but then randomly they had some kittens. And holy shit, I don't think they knew how to take care of kittens. One of the cats, somebody was like buying immediately, and Mellow was like the only one left. Like there was only 2 kittens left. It was who would be Mellow, and then there was like this little black cat, and there was these like couple that had the little black cat, and they're like, oh, so cute, blah, blah, blah. And that black cat had like one goopy eye, but poor Mellow his eyes were so encrusted with like ickiness that he couldn't open his eyes. And I went up to the folks, I went up to like the like cashier folks, like, and I was like, hey, so I'm gonna buy this cat from you. And they were like, oh, since he's a Siamese cat, we're gonna have to charge you more for him. And I said, the fuck you are. I was like, what have you been doing to treat his eyes? And they're like, oh, where a resident cat lady has been putting Neosporin on his eyes. No. Your resident cat lady's fucking dumb. So, I got Mello at a discount because I was like, this is terrible. I'm going to have to take him to a vet and get him some fucking help because he could go blind. And I was like ready. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take care of a blind cat. That's fine. I can handle a blind cat. I was young and dumb. But we had I had a friend who worked at a cat shelter who was at an other pet store helping out with stuff. I went to go talk to them and to get their opinion on what I should do or if they had anything that could help me. And they did! They had specifically some stuff for the exact issue that Mello was having. But they were like, this is really bad. He might have actually lost his eyes. Like, they might be so infected that the eyeballs are just gone. And I was like, shit. It was bad. It was really, 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 really bad. And so they were like, hey, I'm gonna go run back to the shelter and I'm gonna come back with the stuff that you need for him because I need to go pick up some other stuff anyway. So she went out. We were like wandering around and I had Mello with me. I was carrying him the whole time. I think we went to pick up some food and we were like eating in the car and stuff. And I got Mello some like little like kitten treats and stuff like that. And then she came back, gave us the medicine, was just like, oh yeah, just, you know, put it on the eyes. It's like sort of like goopy eye drops, basically. It's just like, just put it on the eyes and let it sit. She was like, it'll probably take a little while for him to open his eyes, but hopefully he will. And if he opens his eyes and it looks like worse, then go ahead and take him to the vet because they'll probably have to like assess how much damage there is. And I was like, okay. And so I put the medicine on in the they helped me put the medicine on in the store and we were walking back out to the car and I sat down and he's so tiny, he's sitting in my lap, and then suddenly one eye opens and another eye opens and he looks up at me and I was like, oh. His eyes were perfect. They weren't fucked up at all. And I was like, hi. Hi, little guy. And that was my cat. I would go to hell and back for that cat. He was such a good boy. He passed away fairly young, though. From what the vet said, from how he passed away, he was like assuming it had something to do with like pancreatic stuff, pancreatic cancer or something of the such, because Mello started like his body started shutting down like really fast. He only lasted a month from when he started showing trouble. And The ugly thing about that situation is I'm not sure if it was just weird coincidence or if it really was just he just got sick. Cause we would go away on weekend trips, and at this point I'm with my new ex, the one who's not great, who I had to run away from basically. And we went on a weekend trip, but that ex didn't believe in taking the cats with us. I used to travel with my cats. I used to go get like pet-friendly hotels and things like that, and I used to travel with the cats, but he didn't believe in that, basically. He didn't believe in taking the cats like anywhere, because like I said, Mello was like leash trained. And I used to take him out to places and stuff like that, but my ex was very controlling and did not like that. So my cats had to stay home, and we went on a weekend trip, so like 2 days. Which we would have auto feeders. I had like an auto water thing and an auto feeder for the cats, so they'd be okay for 2 days. But then that weekend specifically, we came back and I noticed that Mello wasn't eating. And I don't know. It just oddly never sat right with me. I don't think he did. I think it's just a thing where I love that cat so much. And my ex was very abusive, but I don't think he would have done anything to the cat. It's hard for me to say. I don't know. I don't think he would have, but it's one of those things where sometimes I get like an icky feeling about it. But I can't tell if it's just me being crazy or if maybe there's something to that or what, but it's just like there's just some stuff where like my ex would get upset with how attached I was to my cat, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the deal was. Yeah, it was just weird, and yeah, and Mello slipped away so fast, but I think it really was. He just got sick, poor baby. He just got sick, and it got to a point where I couldn't... There wasn't anything I could do anymore. I was like force feeding him and doing all sorts of stuff to try and get him to gain weight because he started losing tons of weight immediately. And yeah, ended up having to get him put down. And I still have his little urn and stuff. He's still with me. He comes with me wherever I go. In some capacity. But I miss the hell out of that cat. That cat was so important to me. He was such a good boy. Like, literally inseparable. Like, would sleep with me at night, and if I was in the room, he was in the room. He never had me out of his sight. I've heard story of dude's girlfriend secretly abusing his dog because she was jealous. Dog almost died. She was also poisoning his mother. Oh god, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It probably was just Mello got sick. Which I've heard isn't too unusual for cats who have Siamese patterns, actually. I think they have, like, pancreas issues. Hold on. Siamese cats health issues. I think it is, like, a... Although, because I was so poor at the time, I couldn't get all the cats... All the tests. Not the cats. All the tests I wanted to take. What is that? Amyloidosis. Oh. I miss my cat. I miss my cat real bad. And me and Buttons were pretty sad for a while. Because Buttons and Mello, they had been together for, like, freaking ever. Buttons had known Mello since she was a baby when we got her. And, she was sad. I was sad. We were both sad. And, so my ex was like, let's go to the cat shelter. Or let's go to the animal shelter. And look at cats. And that's how I got Rory. Rory's such a good boy. Rory was like, hey, I'm getting a cat in a normal way. Not because it's sick or not because it's outside. Wow. I don't know. The vet didn't. That was the other thing, is the vet didn't seem very good. And the other thing was that my ex is the one who told me to specifically go to that vet too. Which, I don't know. I don't think there was anything like super duplicitous like that. But the vet, anytime I was at the vet was just like, shrug, cat sick. Oh well, like that kind of feeling. Because I couldn't afford any tests, so the vet couldn't really do much. Other than, yeah, I guess just force feed him, see if he gains weight back, but I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, getting sick in 2 days was like the weird thing. I legitimately could not tell if he was like being poisoned. He was also like throwing up and other stuff like that, and it was not great. It was not a great time. It was crazy stressful. I would cry every day trying to feed him and seeing him waste away, and that was pretty traumatizing, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, that's just a human thing. Not everyone's, you know, great at their job. It's worth shopping around if you can. Found a good vet in New Braunfels that I was driving up to every day with Sitka. Ah, nice. Oh, God. Excuse me! I mean to burp. Well, the thing is, the pancreatitis, we didn't do any tests to, like, test for that. The doctor was just assuming that's what Mello was suffering from, because apparently that's something that Siamese cats can just get randomly. I had a cat who got sick 2 to 3 days out of nowhere. It turned out to be a sudden acute kidney failure in an otherwise healthy cat. Sometimes yeah, no, cats get kidney issues too. Just randomly. It's like a bug in their system. It's why a lot of cats get sick as they get older. Their kidneys just give out. I have no idea whether tests would show it, but cats also get bad. working on the weekends sometimes. Yeah, that's I think that's why the doctor was making like an educated guess about that. Pervil, but I'm biased as she's my sister-in-law. Ish. Her house. So I'm assuming she wasn't next to the Guadalupe, or her business wasn't next to the Guadalupe. Pervil got flooded the fuck the other day. My experience with Alpha was that when she started showing symptoms of her brain tumor, the deterioration seemed fairly fast and sudden. It was a rough week and a half. Aww. Yeah, it happens. That's why I'm worried about buttons. That's why I get worried about buttons. I'm like, I don't want this cat to go through any trauma. I don't want her to be in terrible pain or anything like that. So, I want to make sure I keep an eye on it before it gets to that point. But when we were in Chattanooga was annoying. When Zwei needed her surgery for crystals in her bladder, they prescribed... Oh, wow! She had crystals in her bladder? So rare for a female cat to get, like, problems with that. It's usually the male cats. They get it so easily. Prescribed her a oh, it's a dog? Oh, a corgi. Huh. Actually, I don't know about urinary crystals in dogs. Anyway, really kind of dog food to make sure it doesn't happen again. We ordered it through Chewy. And since they have to confirm with the vet, sometimes the vet wouldn't approve it because, oh, we need to see her again. Like, how are you gonna withhold proof her and to go pay all more money to tell us that she might be a little overweight, but it's otherwise fine? I get why. I know why. It's because they know something's wrong with the animal, and the urinary crystals can also be a sign of something else going on, and they want to make sure that that something else doesn't happen. The best case scenario is nothing's gone wrong, and it's fine. But yeah, I get it. I need to take Finn in as well for his checkup, because he also gets the urinary crystals. Although the vet at when I was up in Virginia was pretty certain it was because of stress levels, and I think he's doing way better now. Kervil did get pretty flooded, but I think the clinic is fine. It did shut them down for a couple of days though, and some of the techs are feeling damage from the flooding. Yeah, Kervil is having a rough time. I do not envy them. She has some issues with her bladder before, and they thought she had crystals after she got a couple of UTIs. Oh, poor baby! How to respond to that? The main issue was we lived an hour away and we were taking her to a different vet, so we had to move her prescription to the closer one. Oh, yeah, no. Definitely do that. You should always do that. Usually they can just, you know, request records, and they go, oh, yeah! Yep, that's it! You can also do things like tech visits, too. Those are way less expensive. And they just take the cat's vitals. And if there's anything bad or something like that, then they'll ask you to come in. But if it's fine, they'll just be like, your cat's fine. Or your dog's fine. Well, yeah, I mean, real human prescriptions, you have to get checkups as well. It's like the same thing. I'm just saying, that's kind of the same thing. I cannot get a new prescription filled out for my medicine without seeing the doctor again. I meant after we moved her to the new vet. Wait, what? So after they moved her to the new vet, the old one was trying to block it. Even though they weren't you had switched the prescription on Chewy as well already? How did they still have access to that? Procrastinate, no. Huh. Weird. Yeah, because I've used Chewy as well for stuff. Although right now I just pick up Buttons medicine. I pick it up from her vet. They just have it. It's like $30 for a month of pills. Crystallizes your bladder. Hopefully I should be off these meds myself soon. Pug! Yeah, it's so funny because it's like, oh, she has to take gabapentin when she's needs to travel because of anxiety, which I'm like, lots of people take that, and then she has amlodipine for blood pressure, which again is like, oh, humans take that too. Amlodipine. I should have taken pain pills. I have a headache. Well. Oh yeah, I'm gonna call them tomorrow. Let them know what's up. See if they need to see her again. They'll probably want to see her again because of, well, it's bigger. It's bigger and it looks a little spooky. Not like bad spooky, but just because it's gotten bigger. It like sticks out way more than it was before. It seemed to like pop out of nowhere too, and I'm like, Kitty, where'd this come from? Why you growing weird little bumps, huh? No bumps, Buttons. What? What are you What, huh? Why are you taking prescription drugs if your neighbors are annoying? What are you, huh? You're not a garden, Buttons. No growing things. Exactly! You're not a garden, Buttons! No gardening. She's such a cute little bean. She's such a cute little bean. I've been taking a bunch of pictures of her too. Because I'll wake up in the morning and she likes to sleep in the bed with me. And I look up into the morning and then she's all like all curled up, all funny. And I'm like, ah, you're so cute. She's so cute. Ah. Headache. Nah, I need to take some medicine for this. Hold on. I shall be right back. I shall be right back. I need some pain medicine. I have like a tension headache. Ugh. I got some crackers still. Pinky, my cat, likes to sleep curled up behind my back or on my knees. Also, they might want to see because she's cutie. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, I got some cute Christmas cards. Some cute Christmas cards from my vets. They also sent me a condolence letter when Mello passed away. I still have that as well. You're a dork. Crackers. Nope. No share. Ugh. My dog likes to just jump into my lap and aggressively and cuddle. Ah, it's so cute. I keep thinking, I want a dog. I haven't owned a dog in so long. And I keep thinking, I want a little dog. I want a little guy to play and run around with. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm so busy. I don't think I have the capacity to take care of a dog. It's the same thing with, mice and hamsters, too. I want to get one so bad, but I'm just like, I can barely take care of the cats. I feel like dogs are really involved because they need a lot of activity. Whereas, like, I can play with the cats indoors and it's fine. I feel like dogs have to run around a bunch. And then mice, generally easy, unless you count their cage setup, so that you have to, like, clean constantly and have upkeep constantly and all of that. And it's super busy. Really? That's cool. Oh no, Kitty's off causing trouble somewhere, more like. I miss my mice sometimes, so I don't think I can keep up with them nowadays. Yeah. I could put a cardboard box on the ground. That'll entertain my cat for a while, yeah. I have a bunch of toys for the cats that they really like. I'll like throw them around and stuff like that. They'll go and chase them. Cardboard is fun. Cardboard is fun. But yeah. Calling vet tomorrow! Buttons is still doing fine, though. She's still her usual self. Not having troubles eating. Not having troubles drinking. Jumping up and down on things, okay. Being very cute and cuddly. She's still her usual self at this point, so... hopefully things are okay. And, like, even when I, like, touch that little bump, it doesn't seem to be giving her pain. She gets annoyed, but it doesn't seem to be giving her pain. So... hopefully it's alright, and she's just got a weird little lump. She's just a little lumpy cat for whatever reason. Da-na-na-na-na. Yeah, fingers crossed this is benign. Nothing weird's going on. I feel like if it wasn't, I would have been able to tell. Like, it would have be hurting her. But it might just be too early to tell. I don't know. I'm paranoid. I'm paranoid. I'm paranoid about myself. I'm paranoid about my cats. I just love the fuck out of them. And considering she's 17, and she's pretty happy, and she gets cuddles every day, and...
System says, Imololandi has resubbed for 14 months with message 14 Hi friends, how we doing? Imololandi, 14 months of mischief with Chatty and friends. We're doing great.
Andy.
Thanks for spreading chaos and charm in the stream. Let's make more magical memories together.
I'm eating crackers. It's really hard to know. Yeah, my cat had a cancerous growth in her eye, and outside of how it looked, you'd never guess from the way she acted. Yeah. Pikachu was a fighter. Pikachu was a feisty little cat, even if she was old. I think Buttons is gonna be similar. She's feisty. Feisty and grumpy. But she's my grumpy little cat. My first cat name was Pizza. That's cute. She really was. Also an outdoor cat who gave birth to like 7 kittens. So the fact that she made it to the age she did was wild. She was strong. Strong kitty. And she got to pass down her lineage. She made some more strong kitty. Huzzah! So I was just looking at my stickers, and I have, like, this. There you go. This is just how I'm gonna talk to you now. Just picture this. Nothing changed! Oh man. What? But I was not feeling good this weekend, so I just sort of like vegged and would pass out on the couch and then would wake up. And then would pass out on the couch again and then wake up. And then pass out. Yeah. But I ended up going down a rabbit hole. I ended up going down a rabbit hole. I went down a rabbit hole and boy howdy. Some people are very strange. Some people are very strange. But I find that fascinating. Like, whether those people are strange in a great way, like in a good way that people love, and in whether those people are strange in a way that enrages people. It's all very fascinating. And the rabbit hole that I went down was one in which it's a person who just manages to make everyone angry. Not everyone, but a lot of people angry. Their communication skills are much to be desired. I don't want to mention names because it is a big creator. And I don't want people bothering this person. I don't want people bothering anyone, though, you know? They're just another human being. They're not, like, evil or anything like that. They're not what I would define as, like, an evil person, but they are a aggravating person. And in my humble opinion, in my perceived reality of how they are as a human being, they're a dirty, dirty liar. No worries. See, now I'm just curious. Well, am I evil? Do you hurt people? See, that's what constitutes as evil to me. Do you actively go out of your way to harm people either physically, emotionally, mentally? Do you get satisfaction from harming people? Then I don't think you're evil. Or do you gain from hurting people? You know, then I don't think you're evil. There's definitely people who can be jerks. They can be complete assholes. And just not be evil, you know? Like, they're just jerks. They're not, like, actively trying to harm people. They just have, like, antisocial tendencies that, like, basically, it's like the intent. It's like they accidentally hurt people. Because they aren't aware of what they're doing. But here's a big thing. Once you become aware and you do nothing to address this, or you dig your heels in, you're starting to get into some pretty bad territory there. You're starting to get into some bad territory. You need to go get some therapy, you know? Yeah, knowingly. I think it's the knowingly. It's the intent of wanting to hurt people for your own gain. Whether that be so you can boost your ego, so you can gain financially, whatever the case may be. You have to benefit from wanting to hurt someone. I think that's what, like, that's like cut and dry evil to me. That to me is like, okay, that's a good indicator. It's not necessarily the end-all be-all, but that's like the good indicator of it. But I'm like wondering if I should describe how I ended up finding this rabbit hole and maybe going through it from there. Because, like, I thought it was just, like, one thing, and then it turned into a lot of things, and this person is just being lambasted right now. Like, online and stuff. Like, people are upset. And it's like, obviously, like, people going crazy and sending this person, like, death threats and stuff like that. No. Fuck that. No. But the people who are like, I'm disappointed, and why won't you apologize? I can understand why they're so mad. It does involve games. Hey, guys, are you in the EU? Are you in the EU, guys? Hold on. Are you guys in the EU right now? If you are, I feel like you should sign the petition. They also have one, that is a UK petition as well that can be signed if you're in the UK. But I stress, do not sign this if you are not an EU citizen, because that is against the law. And how silly would it be to have the FBI knocking on your door because you signed a petition? So don't even risk it. But if you are a European citizen, I would definitely go sign this. It's to help have better standards, more transparency, and to make it so that game studios have to think about their end-of-life plans for their video games while they're in development, instead of just either not at all, just being like, sorry, we're taking it away and we're only going to give you a month to, like, prepare for that eventuality. Or fucking, you know, just screwing around. More preparation is good, you know. And this is just an initiative. This is just to shine a light on what the issue is. There's no clear-cut plans left, because obviously that's gonna take, you know, lawyers and politicians and people who understand, like, the EU business law and all of that to kind of suss through everything to make sure that things are fair for the consumer. I don't think he's evil, is what I'm saying. He's not evil. He's not an evil person. I don't think there's any universe in where he's an evil person. He definitely 1,000, 2,000, 3,000% does not deserve the amount of harassment that he is getting. But he definitely deserves to be chastised by, you know, people who are near him, people who know him, people who interact with him. But he's not evil. He's not evil. He's not evil. He's just an insecure, immature person who thinks they are way smarter than they actually are. It gives, his immaturity is actually so shocking. I have, what's the word I'm looking for? I have, I've known a lot of people like this. And I think the really frustrating thing about folks like this is they always think they're some either moral authority, or some sort of authority. Either they think they are the bee's knees. They think everything they say is unequivocally right. What they view, how they view things is the only way things should be. And if you don't agree, then they demean you, dismiss you. They will hand wave your issues. They will then, if you still don't agree with them, even if they're being highly verbose with you, they will then claim that, well, since you don't agree with me after being so verbose, after describing so much, then that must mean you're unhinged, you're insane, there's something wrong with you, you know? Like, those kind of people. Very frustrating. Those folks aren't really interested in conversation, you know? They just want things to go their way. And it's a sign of immaturity, which is very sad for someone who's 37 years old. But age doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just, typically with age comes experience, you know? So you tend to learn not to be like this by interacting with the world, which sometimes aligns with age, but sometimes it doesn't, so. You must be irrational if you don't agree with my logic. Yeah, but that's the thing. Their logic is completely based in an emotional reality. It's wild. They believe that their views on how they see things is objective reality, which is a word that they've used. They believe that that is objective reality when humans are not objective. We are very subjective. How we view things is based on how we interpret stuff. It's going to be different from person to person. And yes, subjectively, we can all line up and kind of agree on something, but that still doesn't make it objective. I feel like I should get into, like, where I first noticed this person, though. Which was, there was a guild, a content creation guild in WoW, Classic Hardcore. And, you know, they're doing their things, they're making content, they're trying to progress through the game and all of this. You got some people who are veterans to WoW, and then you got some folks, this is their first time playing. It's very interesting, right? And there's so many creators in it. You can follow all sorts of different stories and all of this and what have you. Whatever the case may be, right? Whether that's your vibe or not, it's whatever. I can't really watch WoW content anymore. I feel so let down by Blizz, especially by WoW, so it just makes me sad. But I played a lot of WoW. I played a fuck ton of WoW. But they were in Dire Maw, which they were in dungeon. They were in a dungeon. And there's these pats, and there's also a boss that pats. And these dungeons are set up in groups of 5. You gotta take 3 DPS and a healer. The subject of what I'm talking about plays a mage, and specifically a frost mage. So frost mages have a lot of utility and things like this. They can slow enemies and stuff like that. And then being a mage in general, they can do things like something called polymorph, where they can turn things into a sheep. So it's like basically takes it out of battle and stuff like that. All sorts of things. They also give buffs and stuff like that, but that's not really important. They have things in which they can slow enemies and things like this. They also have different skills in which they can make sure they keep up their mana. And not only skills, but there's also items and other things in the game in which you can get like instant mana back and stuff like this. What have you. So they're in a tricky part of this dungeon where there's all these pats. There's regular little mob pats, or patrols. So these are like NPCs that you're meant to fight, but instead of just standing in one place, they're going in a patrol. So they're patrolling an area and kind of following a path. And so you've got a couple of those, and the boss is also doing the same thing. He's wandering around this area. And typically as a group, you're like slowly pulling them out so you can make a safe area to fight the boss, and the boss is usually one of the last ones you pull. So the group messes up. They misjudge something. Who knows what happens? They accidentally, I think, not only pull an extra, like, patrol, but they pull the boss as well. Uh-oh! And so, In a dungeon, if it's very organized, there's someone who's going to make calls. And this person who makes calls will basically direct the flow of how you're fighting. So, hey, we're gonna pull this over here. I need you to sheep this. I need you to stun this. And they'll put marks above their heads and things like that. They'll make calls to run. They'll make calls to focus on certain targets. Things like that, right? And so this person, when all that stuff was pulled, they made a call to run. They said, run, run, run. And so everybody starts running back. The subject of our story, this mage, may just have an ability to, like, teleport away and stuff. But he wasn't playing very optimally. He does, before he starts running away, he does get off, like, Blizzard. It's like a mass AoE that slows stuff. He does get it off for a bit, but it's a channel. So he only gets it off for, like, a little bit and then runs. And he's blinking. So blinking means he's teleporting forward and, like, zooming ahead of everyone else. And then, the person who was making the calls kind of realized that this might still be salvageable, because as the rest of the group is running, they're also using skills and CCs and things like that. And that's when the person making the calls realizes, oh, this could still be salvageable. But our coward isn't running with the group. No. He's not running with the group. He is bolted ahead of them. Because he's like, oh, run? Okay, I'm going to the exit right now. And so, definitely confusing. Because the person made the call to run. I'll give them that. But, somebody was like, hey, where are you? Right? Because the group is running together. Is the thing. That's the important thing. You stick together. You stick with your team. And this person's abandoned them. They're like, hey, where are you going? This could be salvageable. And the person in question goes, well, what do you want me to do? I have no mana. Meanwhile, you can look on their bar. And they have a mana gem. And I think they also had Innervate as well, if I'm not mistaken. And it was like they have multiple things to give them more mana. I'm talking about someone. Are you a guy here? I'm not about someone. I was sick last weekend and I ended up going down a rabbit hole during the weekend because I had nothing else to do. And I was just amazed by everything that I was discovering. It's because it's technically against TOS to, like, talk about specific people in a really pointed way. It's to, like, avoid people doing harassment and stuff. So I just err on the side of caution. I just don't mention names. So, he's run ahead of the group, like, really far. Everybody's kind of running together. And they say, hey, can you come help us out? Can you help us? And he goes, what do you want me to do? I have no mana. And you can see his bars. I think the other thing that I find wild is he doesn't use control shortcuts. He has to physically click some buttons with a mouse, and I think... Sorry. Alright. I'm an asshole, okay? I'm just gonna be really upfront about that. I've played MMOs for a very long time. I'm definitely not what you would call a professional anymore. No. And I wasn't like God's gift to players either. But that's how I played WoW until 3 years, because I'm bad at setting up macros. Yeah, I just... Control key bindings, team. If you're not used to them, you should practice with them. It's just pressing the buttons, but you hold down another key for them. You could even use shift. You could use shift bindings as well. You should practice with them if you don't use them. It'll make you a better player. I guarantee it. It'll make you a better player. You don't have to click shit. Oh yeah, the movie's pretty. Anyway. So he goes, oh, I can't do that. But it's like, brother, you could get mana back any minute now. And when I had initially saw that was when the whole thing happened. And my initial thought was that the way that people had talked about this person was as if they knew everything. They had worked at Blizzard. They had played the game a bunch and were, like, good at the game. So I'm assuming this is someone who's quote-unquote decent at the game. But I should have known if he didn't have stuff bound. I should have realized. But I was just like, you know, whatever. Not every... Like, that's just my elitism talking. Some people don't like... Some people are fine clicking some skills. Honestly, I would have polymorph on a bind for emergencies. So I don't have to peck around for it with my fucking mouse. But that's just me, alright? I don't play mage. I don't like playing mage. But I put my oh shit skills on speed dial, man. Anyway. I thought, at the time, when I saw that clip, when I saw how other people were acting, I thought, oh, this dude's just making content. He's just here being a shitter on purpose to, like, rile people up. And that was it for me. I didn't pay attention anymore. I just thought, oh, whatever, streamer doing streamer things, you know? A streamer doing streamer things, who cares? And I knew that he had gotten kicked out of the guild, and I thought that was funny, but that was whatever. I didn't know the extent of what was happening until recently. So, right, that's how I feel about it at the time. And I go, whatever, streamer making content by getting his party killed on purpose. Lol. It was hardcore, so 2 people lost their characters. Was it 2 people or 3 people? I don't know. Some people died. I think it was 2 people. Yeah, it was hardcore. So he fucking abandoned those folks. I thought that was some snivelly rat shit, but I thought that was some roach behavior. But I thought it was on purpose roach behavior there, okay? Let's preface. I thought he did that on purpose. Because I don't know anything about this creator. So I just thought, you know, you're in a content creation guild. There's gonna be people, you know, doing silly shit and doing things to rile people up. I figured it was something like that. Not yet. I'm not there yet. But I have been following Rosh for over a decade. I love Rosh. Since back when he was involved, like first got involved with Machinima and stuff. I love Rosh. And it's not like Ross is a perfect person either, but he's great. I like his content. Anyway, who cares? So, that was it for me. I didn't pay attention to anything. Until, here I am, sick as a dog this weekend. And I did end up, like, I guess a week or 2 ago, I noticed that Ross had released a video about the Stop Killing Games thing. And then I hadn't watched it yet. And I knew that there were people that were, like, completely misunderstanding, like, the initiative and all of that, because I had been keeping up with Ross and all of this. I was busy at the time, so I hadn't watched Ross's new video. But I did end up seeing it a couple days after it came out, like 2 or 3 days. And I was, like, sitting there watching it. And then, he was talking about how, you know, the initiative's probably dead in the water. I'm just a guy, and I'm probably not the right guy for this sort of movement. It's just that it was something that Ross was passionate about for a long time. If you've looked at his content, if you've been a regular viewer of his content for these past few decades, he talks about this being something he is passionate about for a long time. It's nothing new. It's nothing new. Either way, he's talking about how it's dead in the water, and he said there's a lot of contributing factors to it, and he went through some of that and what have you, but then he also said this was another big contributing factor to why the initiative was having trouble. And apparently, that Roach Mage had also made, like, 2 videos about the initiative. And those videos got over 1 million views and stuff like that. So a lot of people were judging the initiative based on that person's word. And it's like, okay, well, what's bad about that? And it turns out, because that person completely misinterpreted what the initiative was about, was like assuming stuff, was like, oh, this is vague. And it's like, well, it's because it's not, we're not making a law here. That stuff that needs to be figured out and sussed out. This is just to shine a light on this. And I think the other thing that was very annoying, that was shocking to me, because like I said, I don't know this person's, I don't know their fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know their content, but holy shit, they kept saying, oh, this is shit, this is shit, this is garbage, eat my whole asshole, this is terrible, and like saying it, not just like, oh, this is shit, like that, no, like with anger, this is shit, this is garbage, and like all of this is like, whoa, buddy, calm the fuck down. And this is just an opinion. I'm not saying it is right. I am not saying it is wrong. I'm not saying it's the only way people should do things. But in my humble opinion, as a creator, whether I be small or large or what have you at the time, my humble opinion is that what you say and how you say it matters when you're in front of people. You should be conscious of that. And I feel like the more community you have, the more people you have eyes on you, the more you'd need to be careful about how you word things and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of creators who are very careful about their word selection and how they come across things. Like, you got, like, Markiplier, right, as an example, because he's my Kamiyoshi. So you got, like, Markiplier. And if he doesn't like a game, you can tell he doesn't like it. But he does not admonish anyone. He doesn't use any, like, really strong negative language. And he will still look at the good things in the game and what they did well and really reiterate those things. Because he knows how big of a creator he is. And even if he's not saying go harass people, and he's definitely not saying that, but he doesn't want to encourage people to go do that at all, in any way, shape, or form. So he's very careful. And there's a lot of people who do this. This is a normal thing. It's a very normal thing. And there's also creators who do not give a shit. They will say whatever they want. They do not care what their viewership does. They view their community as something that's separate from them and something that they can't control. And I don't really agree with that mindset, but it seems that maybe this person has that mindset with their community, or they just don't think about it, might not have the capacity to even realize that the stuff that he says matters. Whatever that may be. Yeah, no, Mark's never disparaged people. If he does it privately, that's one thing. You know, that's with friends, family, whoever. But publicly, he doesn't do that. So, that's kind of... I like that. I like that. I would like to emulate that, but sometimes I get some strong feelings. Like, even, like, me talking about this is probably something Mark would never, almost never fucking do. I can't believe I'm not emulating my Kamiyoshi. Ugh, but I'm still my own person, you know? And I'm going to talk about things in a way that I deem is safe, and I'm going to reiterate, do not harass anyone. Nobody deserves harassment. No. Don't do it. I will be mad. If I see any one of y'all harassing anyone, you think you're gonna be welcome here? Anyway. So, I digress, right? So he's using this really strong negative language to describe Ross, to describe the movement. But yeah, also attacking Ross's character as well, which he doesn't know who Ross is. He doesn't know who this person is at all. It's wild. In the video, Ross makes a reply and he says, "Hey, actually, I think you've got some of these talking points, like, confused. I would love to have a discussion with you about the initiative," right? And, yeah, let's just say that instead of having, like, you know what? Yeah, sure, come on, talk about it. I'll argue my points, you'll argue yours, we'll have a discussion, you know, that sort of thing. He insults him, claims that he's disingenuous. Oh yeah, someone who's put together an EU initiative who's just some dude on the internet, not attached to, like, any game studios or anything. He's disingenuous. Why would anyone do this if they were disingenuous? This is a lot of work to be disingenuous, and you don't know who the fuck he is. So what the fuck? You know? So Ross talks about this stuff in his video and about how, like, you know, like, people were telling me to talk to this guy, but when this is my first impression of him, and he's already kind of fucked over a lot of what we were going for, I don't think I really want to interact with him. And I'm like, yeah, I don't fucking blame you. If someone was going around calling you a moron and dumb for something, and calling you disingenuous for something that you're very passionate about and you think is the right thing, that's yeah, that leaves no room for discussion. That makes it seem like you are unwavering and there is no use communicating with someone like that, basically. So, you know, Ross moves on. It's whatever. It does there is a graph that you can see where the first videos and stuff comes out, and the initiative starts taking hits from that. There is one that's cut off and lied about, that the angry person puts on their Twitter, and it ends up getting community noted later, which is funny. They're like, it was already going down, but he doesn't include the timeline of when his videos came out last year, which is very funny. I will say this line by omission is still lying to me personally. And I don't know. I will say I had almost like a mental crisis at one point, like looking into this rabbit hole. Like something deep within me got scared. I'll get into that later when I get to it. I'll get into that later when I get to it. But there was a moment where he says something and it shook me to my core, and I thought, like, if this person can be like this and say this thing, does that mean I can end up like this person? It gave me a little fright. Holly made me feel better though. We have decided no. There's no way in hell I could end up like this person unless maybe I have a lobotomy or something. Love you, Soul. So what ended up happening after this, right? So I'm just explaining my journey of how I started going down this rabbit hole about this person that I knew almost nothing about. Because I am a very curious person. I'm not the kind of person who is just going to necessarily take anything at face value if it's something that I deem is, like, worth looking into. As an example, as a complete aside, completely different, not talking about the roach guy. So there was a streamer, and I think I talked a little bit about this last Friday with Saimeki. But there was a streamer who was venting on her stream. People were asking her why she wasn't traveling as much and stuff, because she's a IRL travel streamer. And then she starts talking about how much she has to pay a month for that. So it was like $5,000 in travel expenses. I think it was like $1,200 for rent. $400 for her, like, IRL kit, like, setup for the actual, like, kits that she uses to stream the traveling and stuff like this. So she had, like, a big list. And someone clipped that out of context. And when I saw it on Twitter, it was very confusing. Because it was like, you know, it had that $5,000 travel cost at the top. And then I was looking at all the replies talking about it, and everybody was talking about, you should just buy a car. And it's like, you get the impression that, oh, is she Ubering everywhere? Is she Ubering everywhere to, like, get her groceries and stuff like this? Like, what do you mean buy a car? And that'll cover your travel expenses. What does that mean? Right? And at first I'm like, you know, that actually seems kind of strange. Like, what? $5,000 a month on travel? Like, wait, is she just traveling places? What is her content? So I went ahead and I looked up her content, right? Because I'd never heard of this person. I went and looked up her content. And that's exactly what she is. She's a travel streamer. She freaking travels. And people were bothering her about that. And she explained how expensive it is. And then people take that and clip it out of content and made her seem like she's some sort of greedy streamer. Without understanding what she's doing. People were like, you just sit around and play video games. That's like, that's not her content. That is not what she does. Not to mention, goodness, pivoting is so hard as a content creator because you're gonna alienate a lot of viewers no matter what. Not everyone will leave, but it'll always take a hit, so pivoting can be very scary. But, you know, that's what I mean though. Instead of just taking it at face value, I want to look into it, and plus I find streaming, I find content creation and content creators interesting. I like learning from people. So, yeah. So that's what I mean about, like, this, like, I ended up going down this rabbit hole and becoming so, like, whoa about this, but it's because I'm just very curious. I'm very curious, and I like to know. I don't want to accidentally, say, judge someone too harshly or get the wrong impression. I want to make sure that I have a pretty good understanding of who a person is without just going by the rabble, you know? You, my Kamiyoshi does the research. So, what? So back to the mage guy. There was like that stuff with the games initiative, and I already know about Ross and his game initiative and stuff like this, and it started picking up steam. There were other YouTubers who were talking about it to try and get people to sign. And again, if you are in the EU and you haven't signed already, I would highly suggest it. It's for consumer protections. It's for gamer protections. Consumer gamer protections. It can only help. Oh yeah, but definitely don't sign if you are not an EU citizen. Chances are, nothing bad will happen. But wouldn't it be funny to get a knock on your door from the FBI and go to jail for signing an online petition? I wouldn't take that chance, personally. So anyway. I just sort of left it at that. And then like a week or two goes by, and then I'm sick. It's now it's last week, or it's 2 days ago. And I'm laying there, and I'm like miserable, and I'm just like on my phone broadcasting YouTube videos onto my TV because I'm on the couch and my tummy hurt. And what do you know? I get recommended. This video of this guy talking about Ashes of Creation and the wizard guy. The Rochi wizard guy. And I'm like, what's this about, right? What's this about? And that's where stuff starts feeling very off about the wizard guy. Stuff starts feeling very off. And I go, I feel like I want to look more into this person's character. So, in this Ashes of Creation game, it's kind of like an old school MMO. Honestly, I would probably give it a try if it wasn't so bloody expensive. I kind of want to give it a try. Looking at all the Ashes of Creation stuff was like, this is kind of up my alley. This is kind of up my alley. But at the same time, I'm like, oh, this would be terrible to stream. I feel like I would just fucking lock in and I'd be so boring. I'm not saying it'd be terrible to stream for other people or terrible to stream in general. I'm saying I would be bad at streaming this. I feel like I would just get lost in the sauce. But anyway, I digress, right? I'm like, oh, like this guy is... Oh, bye! It's funny seeing all these WoW streamers playing OSRS. Really? Good gravy. I played a little bit of OSRS for... It was... What is it called? Iron Man? It was like an Iron Man challenge a while back. And that was my only experience with it. It was okay. It was fun. I just... Yeah, sorry, I'm not paying $100 to alpha test your game. Yeah, it's... Oh, it's a little bit of a spicy price tag for me. I'll wait. Oh, I'm okay with waiting. Unless, like... Ashes of Creation, I don't mind showing off your game. Please. You know, just normal stuff. Lurking. Always lurking. Oh, he's being cute. Your pictures at AX were so cute. Opie's so cute. Opie's so cute! Her and Kira are adorable. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I'm getting distracted by cute women. So I end up seeing this Ashes of Creation video. And it's like this group of guys who have made this group called the Federation. And it's like it's a guild full of like guys who played like older MMOs, and they kind of have that kind of like PvP mentality kind of group thing, and they're 300 strong, right? And they're playing on this server together, and they're having a good time. And it turns out that the server that they rolled on is the same server that Wizard Guy's rolled on with his community. And this is where like my feelers start to go up, and I start thinking, something is weird. This person seems off from how he's described to me. Right? So, this guy is named Rich, who's in this Federation guild. And it seems like they're just a fun group of, like, people who are playing this game, what have you. They're just having a good time and enjoying some, like, more kind of, like, old-school MMO kind of feeling things. That's why, like, I was looking at Ashes of Creation being like, oh, I think I would kind of enjoy this. But while they're on that server, they start hearing about this streamer guy, and they're like, oh, you know, whatever kind of thing. But the wizard streamer guy, he's like going in with like parties of like 40 people, and there's like these caravans and stuff to like, that's how you have to transport your goods. It's not just sticking it in your inventory and going, right? You have to do these caravans, and it's chances for PvP and stuff to kind of open up in all of this. But it's a very social MMO. But this person, this wizard guy, he's just riding in there with 40 other people. And it'll be like one guy. It'll be like one guy with this little caravan. And they just go through and, like, take everything and steal his shit. And what's that one guy gonna do? Fucking nothing. And if these people crack jokes at his offense while they're doing this, like, making fun of him, he goes, oh, I'm gonna get them banned. They're making sexual comments towards blah, blah. I'm gonna get them banned. Let me just tell you that the comment was, it was just a silly joke, because the wizard guy is also like a furry. He's got like a furry persona thing. But he goes, oh, he's talking about real animals and stuff like this. It's like, oh my god, okay, buddy. All right, sure. That's a bit of a stretch, bro, but whatever. Anyway, so he's like harassing these people, and when they, you know, are insulting him for what he's doing, because it's unfair. And he goes, oh, I'm gonna get them banned. Blah, blah, blah. Just a shitter. Just some shitter behavior. And it's like, ew, a Zerg guild, you know? It's not to say that Zerg guilds can't be fun. Zerg guilds are 1000% fun sometimes. Running with a giant group of people and just going around killing stuff together can be very satisfying. But there's something about Zerg guilds, and I think I'll mention it later. So, well, I'll put a pin in that. I'll talk about Zerg guilds again in a bit. So, like, this is what's going on in that server at the time. So he's kind of building a really bad reputation that people don't like this streamer guy, like, coming in and, like, just being kind of an asshole. And so Rich, our hero in this story, who's with the Federation, they're doing some sort of mob somewhere, and it's old school, so you gotta tag it. You gotta tag it to get credit to kill this mob. And Rich and his Federation buddies, they're like killing it and farming it and doing whatever. And the streamer guy comes with some of his folks, I guess, and they're trying to tag the mob. and they just keep failing at it. They just keep failing to tag the mob, right? And that's pretty normal in these games. Tagging can be very competitive, and it's just a thing that happens. Very typical. And usually in a lot of cases, when you're having issues like that, you just keep trying till you get it, right? There's option 1. You just keep trying to tag it, you know, however long it takes. Or if you really are getting like, man, it's not working, you can hit the enter button and type out a little message, and you can be like, hey, can we alternate tags? I really need this, and then I'll get the heck out of y'all's hair, or I just want whatever the heck you want at the time, right? You negotiate. That's the social part of the MMO. The social part of the MMO is talking to people. Communicate. Oh my gosh. So, instead of doing any of that, instead of doing those two, or third option, I should say, third option is just fucking off for a little bit. Waiting for them to finish their shit or whatever, and then coming back later, right? Maybe even have some people from the community, a community that has 1,400 people in it, saying, hey, maybe one of y'all can check every now and then, see when they leave, and then we can go and, you know, start wrecking that shit, and we go do something else, you know? There's so many options. Those are just 3 I can think of off the top of my head of stuff that I personally have done before in these kinds of games. You know, normal shit. Yeah, get good, click faster. That was option 1, was to just keep trying. Press button faster is a reliable strat, okay? It really works. I'm not joking. So right, there's tons of ways to go about that. One is to just stick with it and try. One is to communicate, and then the other is non-confrontational, right? There's a plethora in just those 3 choices alone, and I'm sure there's other choices to go with that don't make everyone hate you. But he went with, let's make the server hate us. Or not even us as in his group, but maybe just him specifically, but he's tied to his group, so... Oh boy. So, he starts threatening them? Saying that his group is gonna wipe them off the map. They're gonna wish they didn't mess with him. Which, okay, in these games, kind of normal. I will say you have like groups that'll go at war with each other and stuff like that, and it can be really fun. The way he says it though, it doesn't sound that way. It sounds like he's thinking it's like a legitimate threat, and he's very threatening. But again, it's like 300 of like this Federation group is like 300 of these dudes who have been playing these kind of games for probably like 20 years to like 15 to 12 years, something like that, right? So he starts going off on his stream about how this is a social sandbox, and there's I don't know, he's just getting at them for not just automatically bowing to him and letting him tag the mob immediately on this very competitive server for no reason other than he was just present. He wasn't negotiating this, he was just insulting them. And going, this is a social sandbox, and like all of this, and it's like, but you weren't like, you know, you didn't try to work out anything with them in a social way. You're just going with threats. Alright, we'll see how... bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it goes, right? So, he also starts bragging. he also starts bragging about how he's going to destroy their guild. They're not going to be able to play the game anymore because they have 1,400 people and they're going to wipe them, like, off the game. That's where my initial, like, shit stink. Something doesn't smell right. Something doesn't sit right. Like I was saying, Zerg guilds, fun. You know what Zerg guilds are not known for? Being very good. They're fun. They're very fun. They're fun against clueless people. But Zerg guilds do not stand up to organized groups very well. They have to have some crazy high numbers in order to accomplish that. And 1,400 is not going to be enough. I just know that from experience. And he was acting like they were so superior. And it almost seemed as if he didn't realize he was the leader of a Zerg guild. I don't know. I don't know if he had... There was no... I didn't see any instances of him calling it a Zerg guild or understanding that it was a Zerg guild. He was just saying it was a large guild and they had 1,400 people and all of that. He might know, you know, that it's a Zerg guild or call it a Zerg guild or what have you. But it just seemed very weird to me. So that was a bit off. That was a bit off to me. As somebody who's been playing MMOs for way too long, that just seemed really off. I was like, okay, that's a little weird. Well, cue the montage of the Federation murdering his, like, huge groups of people. Like 40-something people. And there's only 10 of these Federation guys, and they just keep mowing them down. It's a massacre. It's a freaking massacre. It's so funny. At one point, that rich guy, he types out a little message and he says, "Welcome to the social sandbox." And you know, did you know what wizard guy did? While you know what he did to rally his troops while they're getting their asses handed to them by this tiny guild of 300 people, by the way. 300 fucking people, by the way. What was versus their 1,400. Ooh woo. But you know what he was doing to rally his troops? I bet you'd never guess. He logged off and went to go play WoW. He logged off and went to go play WoW while his community was basically locked in an eternal battle of life and death, dying over and over again, not really able to do anything they wanted to do in game. He just abandoned them. Yeah, he ran away. So funny. It's so funny. He could have used that strat. He could have used the runaway, log off for a little bit strat on the, like, tagging them off. He used it at the wrong point. There's times where logging off or leaving is very acceptable and actually fucking probably encouraged, but he chooses the wrong moments to do it. Right, so I saw that, and that's where I'm like, I don't think this person is very good at video games. I don't think they're good at video games. And, like, from stuff that I've heard, like, how people talk about this person and how they portray themselves, at least from, like, random WoW stuff that I had seen, they act like they know so much and stuff. Oh, I forgot. There's also a funny part in the video where they show a clip of his stream. And he's like trying... Oh god, excuse me, a burp. He's like trying to attack some cleric. Like a priest guy, like a Healy guy. And... I don't know why he decided to play Ashes of Creation. That is not a... He's not a person who plays PvP games. Or he doesn't have the right mentality for playing PvP games. That interaction was so funny. So it's like, there's a little priest guy walking with the caravan. And then, so he comes up. And he's like, oh, I'm gonna attack this guy, basically. And he casts. And then he turns around and he backs up. Or he like backs up. I can't remember if he turns all the way around or if he just backs up. So he, one attack. Back up, back up, back up. And, you know, the cleric heals. And then one attack. Back up, back up, back up, back up. And the cleric heals. One attack. Back up, back up, back up, back up. And then the cleric heals. And he's like, man, it's impossible to fight clerics. It's like, they heal so much. It's like, bro, you aren't even nuking this person. You're slap fighting him. You're going, It was just so funny. And the cleric's still coming up on him, and he's like, oh my god, it's impossible to fight this guy. And so he hops up on a flying mount and flies away and runs away from the singular one person he was fighting. I can't believe clerics heal. I can't believe that instead of engaging, he just took little pot shots at someone. It's not how you PvP, okay? You go all in. You go all in, and I feel like typically when you're playing these games, you should know your kit. So you should know how to nuke someone who does heal, how to stun them, how to interrupt them. I don't know if Ashes of Creation has a stun or an interrupt. I would assume they do. Maybe even a silence? A lot of games have silences? Like, I'm like, dude, is your kit only damage? Do you have nothing to do? Did you make a PvE kit instead of a PvP kit, and you're over here trying to take pot shots at people? I don't know. It made my sensors go up, and I just thought, this is just a bad gamer. Like, or not a bad gamer, like someone who just doesn't know how to play these games, right? And that would be whatever. That would be whatever. Who cares, right? As long as you have fun. I don't give a shit how good you are at a game. You want to click your skills? Fucking go for it. If that's how you want to play, fucking go for it. I would encourage you. To like use hotkeys and stuff like that, because it makes things way easier on you. But if that's how you want to play, that's how you want to play, and it's whatever. But for someone who acts like they're some sort of hardcore player, that's very suspicious. That's very sussy. Oh my god. So, that was that video. But then, recommended to me was another Ashes of Creation video. And I was like, the title was too great. It was like, wipes his own raid or something like that. And I was like, well then, what is this? what is this? How does he do that? Hello, chicken jockey. Hello. Let me clearly have not played these games before. I think they have, but I think they're just, you know, they're just a little bubble-blowing baby. They're just a little cute casual. They're just a little cute casual boy. They're just an uwu-ugu little casual boy. And there's nothing wrong with being an ugu-uwu casual boy. You can have a lot of fun being an uwu-ugu casual boy. Okay? There's nothing wrong with that. And that's coming from someone who's been a fucking sweat, okay? Like, there's nothing wrong with being casual. Casuals like them can never keep up with me and my boss rotations. Oh my god. You're fucking... Love your boss rotation. Fucking hell. Oh my gosh. So he ended up... They're doing some raid, right? There's a big group of them. They're doing some raid. He starts the raid saying... Apparently, he starts by describing the spell he has. And it's like this lightning ball. It's a lightning ball, and it travels in a line in front of where you casted it. And it goes really far. And he says, oh, gotta make sure I don't pull anything with this. Foreshadowing. And then, like, legitimately, if he didn't get so mad at stuff, I would think this is fake.
Chicken underscore jockey 18 says, are you feeling crazy? Crazy like a cat with two wolves inside.
Oh my god.
Chatia's
Shut up about your two wolves, Chatia.
Prepare for a wild ride of mischief and charm
crazy?
with a sprinkle of magic.
I am crazy.
Let's stir up some fun together. You Tilda.
So he's like describing the skill. And then a little bit later, he's talking about this mob, and it's called an ocular. And it has an ability where if it casts an ability and you're looking at it, you take a huge bit of damage and you'll probably die. There's a lot of mobs like that in video games. Very typical thing. But to just avoid it and not deal with it, because they're a Zerg guild and they're not going to be organized enough to deal with that, they're just like, just don't pull it. It also just might be a really hard mob to fight, which is understandable. Sometimes you want to skip some packs because they're really fucking hard. So it goes, don't pull this, right? Don't pull this ocular. Don't pull it, right? I guess a little bit later, they're fighting a pack of guys, and there's a hallway. This man, with his, what I would assume to be a functioning brain, and fingies on his keyboard that could move the AWSD keys. He uses that lightning ball attack in a straight line down that motherfucking hallway. He used that down the hallway. Oh boy! Ah yes, lightning bowling. I'm gonna throw a lightning ball down this hallway. And it's so funny because in the clip you just see it and it's slow and it's just going. It goes through the and it's so funny because the way that he lined it up was really bad. I think it only hits one mob when it's like an AoE spell. So it hits one mob in the pack because they're kind of fanned out instead of like moving to where it can hit a bunch of them. So it hits one. Maybe like two. Maybe two. I'll be generous and I'll say it was two. And so it hits like two. And then it continues down the hallway and hits another mob. And then that one's running towards them. Okay. And then it keeps going. That skill goes for a really long time. It's so long. I don't know how many freaking meters it is. It's like impossible meters. So it keeps going. Past that other extra mob, keeps going, and then it hits the ocular. So funny. And then it comes and it wipes their party. Well, well, well. Mr. Big Britches gets really mad. He's like, who pulled that? I'm gonna find out who pulled that. I'm gonna go back through. I'm gonna go back through the clip. I'm gonna see who pulled that, and you're getting kicked out of the raid. You wasted our time. You wasted 4 hours worth of our time, because if you die, you like lose you can lose resources and other things like that. You wasted so much of our time. 4 hours worth of blah 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 blah. Right? He's all mad. He's mad. He's mad. He's malding. He's mad. Right? And so someone points out that it's him. He's the one who pulled it. And he goes, well, it was because the tanks didn't pull correctly. They didn't pull it around the corner. They pulled it behind the group. So it was okay that I pulled it, and it really wasn't my fault. It was the tank's fault. So funny. Hey, Dusk Agent. I'm good. I'm describing the rabbit hole I went down this weekend while I was having tummy hort. I was learning about a person. I just found it so intriguing. It's like a case study of what not to do when you're a content creator. Or really just a person in general. I would say there's a lot of lessons here for everyone in how not to act. So it was so funny. It was so funny. Because he was like, we're going to kick you. No excuses. Blah, blah. Oh, it was me? All the excuses. Obviously. Because I'm me. It was everybody else's fault. So that's the first clue into the personality, right? Is this inability to admit that they've done anything wrong. And if they have done something wrong, it's not that bad. And everybody else who did something wrong, it's more wrong than they're wrong. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, you have thingies. You could have clicked the AWSD keys. And turned. You could have gone and walked, shot at the mobs, you know? Just saying. Can't take criticism? Definitely can't. Whoa, I definitely can't. Cannot at all. Oh boy. He also can't help himself either. I honestly, this person, I really think they should be getting some sort of therapy or counseling. Really badly. I don't want this person to be living like this. Not only because, you know, it makes people upset, but because it can't be good for him. It can't be good for someone to live like that. Like, it just can't. There's no way. There's no way he's not, like, making himself more miserable than he has to be. And that's kind of sad. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Where's the pic? Hold on. Stream talks. Stream talks. If you guys don't know what Stream Talks is, it's in my Discord. Sometimes if people want to post stuff. Is that for Tummy Ache Survivor? Yes! I made it out alive and you will too. But yeah, Stream Talks is enhance. Oh, okay. Stream Talks is where if we're talking about stuff on stream, you can post there if it's like pictures or links usually. Links that are okay, by the way. Nothing NSFW, no scam stuff, and oh my god, of course! Why does she look so sad? Is that supposed to be the sad cat meme? Oh my god. But yeah, it's just in my Discord. If you want to join the Discord, we also do movie nights and stuff like that. I need to plan the next one, actually. We need to watch shark movies. We must watch shark movies. We need to watch Shark Exorcist again for the 3rd time. Anyway. So, yeah. Everyone else deserves the harshest words, the harshest punishment, because they fucked up. And it's inexcusable. But if it's for him, oh well, it was just an accident. Oh, it wasn't just me. We all did something. Right? Like, bruh, come on. So after the Ashes of Creation thing, I was like, wait. So this means... Because remember, this was like... There was like the stuff with WoW that happened, and I thought that was on purpose. And then him being so rude to Ross. And then the Ashes of Creation stuff, and I was like... Wait, was he serious with the WoW stuff? So I ended up looking into that again. And... oh my god, go shark. So I ended up looking into that again. Like, wait, I never saw how he reacted after the fact. I just saw the initial incident clip, laughed a... oh, that's so cute. That's so cute! Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I saw the initial clip, laughed, thought, haha, silly content creators getting their friends killed, and just, you know, didn't think about it anymore. I went to go look at what happened afterwards. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that. I don't know what the hell I was expecting. I didn't think this person was this much of a fucking chud, you know? It's like, God, how much of a jerk can you be? Like, I'm not gonna fucking, I'm a fucking jerk, team. I'm a jerk, okay? I'm a jerk. I will admit that readily, alright? But I realize I can be a jerk sometimes, okay? And usually I'm only a jerk if someone's giving me jerk energy. What the fuck? Huh? Oh, is she scared of a movie? Usually it's because someone's being, like, mean to me. That's usually when I'm a jerk. But if you're perfectly kind and nice and lovely, then I will be kind to you, right? I feel like I can do that. That's the least we can do for each other, right? Either way, I was like, oh, Jesus! For some reason, I didn't think her ass would be that big. Don't mind me, just looking at Discord. So, only the best for preventing. Wait, I have an emote for this. Where is it? There we go. There we go. Yo, it's in Stream Talks and Discord if you want to look. God damn, I got distracted by ass. Brain. Okay, so I looked into what happened afterwards with the WoW stuff, because I had only seen the initial thing and then that was it. Well, it turns out he not only doubled down on not apologizing, and tripled down on apologizing, quadrupled down on apologizing to people for the issue, right? And the thing was that the other guy, like the guy who made the call, and all of this, he had already apologized for this stuff and was like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have been doing it. I wasn't very confident in doing this, because a lot of these players are new as well. That's the other thing to keep in mind. A lot of these players are new and what have you, and it turns out this wasn't just some one-off thing of this dude being kind of a jerk. This was a pattern of behavior. So, the person who was running the guild had been getting like messages and concerns from people about the wizard guy, and kinda how much of a dick he was, how uncomfortable he made them because he was such a fucking stuck-up know-it-all in all of this, and being rude, especially to new players, being so fucking rude. He was rude to Lakari and stuff like this, and saying so, like, basically insinuating that he was a terrible mage. It's like, Lakari's new to the game. You could, you know, take him under your wing, probably. You could help him. You know, help your guildmates out, maybe? Oh, that's a crazy idea. Nah, don't help those motherfuckers. Nah, don't help anyone, just talk down to them and insult them. You know? That's great for morale. That's great for morale. Perfect. Works every time. Fucking dumbass. Like, there's ribbing. There's like ribbing and poking fun at people, but he doesn't do that. He don't do that. And there was some other folks that just didn't like the way that he was talking to them and stuff like this, so they made the decision to kick him out. And actually, hold on, let me pull up the tweet I saw. No, I don't want to see his clips. I want to see the tweet. Where is it? Oh, here we go. So, the person who was running the guild said, everyone, yes, I made the decision to G-kick wizard guy. I felt a large majority of people in the guild felt uncomfortable playing or being around him and all that drama that surrounded him at this point. Even though some people may not have felt that way. A lot did. And after seeing some clips today from him quadrupling down, or I don't know what number we're on at this point, I think I'm making the right decision, but still I feel bad. Try to just let this whole thing slide into forgetfulness and move on, IMO. Or, in my opinion. Stay safe, gamers. And it's like, that's fair. You know? And, wizard guy was like, cool way to handle it. Well done, only, guild. Well done, guild. And it's like, he posted the announcement. So it's like, why? In what universe? In what universe would you post that about yourself? So it's like, oh, a lot of people were really uncomfortable with you. You don't think people are gonna question that? You feel well within your right? And that's when we get to issue number 2 with this person. They literally think that they can do no wrong. That they are somehow the arbiter of truth and justice. So, yeah, of course nobody Of course, nobody would think that he's the problem. He's never the problem. It's always everybody else. Always everybody else. Shaking my head. Does he know that's me? Oh my god. Why would I do that? I don't have the time to take them by the hand and make them suck less. That guy. Oh my god. Yeah, no, there's definitely people like that, especially in gaming and stuff like that. You know where I see it a lot, actually? You know where I see that mentality a lot? Not like it's the end all be all kind of thing. And it's not everyone, obviously. There's definitely outliers who aren't like this. But you see it in game dev. People put each other down for their like skills and stuff like this. Which is... It must be like, maybe it's like a gaming thing in general. Because usually if you're in game dev, you like to play games. Maybe it's just a really bad habit that people pick up. It has to be, right? Just normal shit. It's whatever. I like, and this is coming... I'm someone who likes to fucking poke fun at people and stuff like that. And I'm totally down for people poking fun at me. When I'm playing like ass too. But some of that stuff, he's just really mean about it. It doesn't come off friendly. It doesn't come off like friends, you know, taking the piss or anything like that. It comes off as he's being a fucking asshole. Maybe it's part of the personality types that the job type attracts. Maybe. Maybe. We'll get into the dev stuff. That's really fun. That's fun. So... Oh, I don't even know who that is. I don't even know who that is. I will say, I don't typically pay attention to a lot of shitters. So... Quacker. So, he ends up... So this is me going back in time, looking at the fallout from afterwards and being like, Jesus Christ. And then this dude has the gall later on his stream to be like, oh, they're just a content guild. They just use people for content. And I found that so funny because that was my assumption of what he was doing by getting those folks killed. But I have since fixed my perception, okay? The objective reality of the situation is that he's just really terrible at playing video games. I apologize. I thought he was being bad on purpose. It's just because he's bad for real. Sorry, bro. Didn't know. You know. Just things. It's so sad. The objective reality is that you are bad. Get good. Get good, noob. LTP noob. LTP noob. Anyway, sorry, I had to get it out of my system. So I was like, holy shit. Like, this person's just a really bad player, right? That was about the most... that was what I had delved into at that moment, right? And me and Saimeki had talked like a little bit about stuff, and they had mentioned this video by a doctor guy. And I was like, I had seen it pop up, and I was like, I'll look at that later. But I should have just watched that from the get-go. I feel like it would have helped me like understand this person a bit better, because I was being pretty harsh. I was being pretty harsh. I was like, this guy think he is? What does he think he is? Over here. With his damn face. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Anyway. I ended up... looking at another video. Because I was curious. I was like, okay, so this is how he acts in, like, video games. With other people. And there was one talking about, because I know he codes a lot in his streams. That's about the only thing I know, is that he plays some video games, and that he's some, like, game developer. He's been doing it for 20 years, whatever the heck. So I was like, I wonder what his code looks like. It's not the greatest. It's not the greatest. Variables, are to be desired. But there's nothing wrong with that. It's the thing. That's the thing. Everything, like, some of the skill issue stuff, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with the skill issue stuff. There's nothing inherently terrible about his coding on its own. But for someone who claims to have been in the industry for so long, you'd think they would have developed better habits than what they currently have. And it's very startling as me. Okay, I don't like programming. I don't like programming. I had to do it for school. I was network administration and security, and I did not like having to learn C++. I did not like having to learn COBOL. I did not like programming, okay? It's not fun to me, okay? It ain't in me. It ain't in me. I tried, okay? My father is a programmer. My father is an amazing programmer. The programming genes did not take, okay? It's not in me. It's not in me. I don't like it. Alright. But, you know, I know some basics, some very basics, right? I know enough for very basic things, and it's kind of shocking that he doesn't seem to follow at least one basic thing that I know, which involves your variables. It was a little shocking. He has like these libraries of variables, and it's like variable 0 through like 300, each individual line, variable 0, with a / comment of what that variable is. And the next line, variable 1, with a comment of what that variable is. And it goes on, and it goes on, and it goes on, and it goes on for like 300 lines. And I'm just like thinking to myself, why the fuck are you wasting your time writing this many fucking comments? That's a lot of comments. I feel like there's definitely stuff that would definitely behoove writing comments. For sure. Always is. But it's like, there's definitely stuff that would be like simple, where it'd be just like one little thing that you could just name the your variables don't have to be magic numbers, okay? You can use words. You can use words for your variables. And then also, if you get a variable wrong, like if you mistype a number, that's gonna be way harder to find sometimes. Sometimes, you know, sometimes if like something didn't compile correctly and it gives you error, sometimes it'll point directly at what line is the problem. Easy fixes in those cases. Other times you gotta dig, and I just don't see how that would be easy on you. Typically, you know, if you look at a variable and it's like a variable name, and you had a variable name like like message underscore exclamation, right? Or exclaim or something. And maybe instead of saying you typoed something. It's exclaim, and you go, oh, whoops, I misspelled that. I forgot the C. You know, it's a little bit easier to catch that shit. It was kind of wild seeing that for someone who's claims, oh, I've been in this business for 20 years. It's a little weird. And I am by no means, again, I'm not a coder, I am not a programmer. I don't fucking know how to do a lot of that shit, okay? I just know, again, basics. Very basics. Baby shit, okay? I know baby shit programming. And that was very interesting. That was interesting to look at. I was like, holy shit. And it makes me wonder if people have commented on his coding on stream. Although, I bet you those people get banned immediately. And again, nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong with coding that way. It definitely can be inefficient, and you should learn better habits for sure. But if that's how you know how to do things, and it's working out okay for you, then fuck it, right? Then fuck it. Who cares? I would still encourage you to try to, you know, up your game. Get better at the thing you like doing. But that's not what I'm expecting from a 20-year veteran, right? This is not what I'm expecting from a 20-year veteran. So it was like, okay, well, what did he do at Blizzard? What did he do there? He claims to have worked there for 7 years. But what did he do there? It was so funny, because he mentions an internship, and he's like, oh, I got a QA internship when he was 15. And he's like, I got that by nepotism. And all I can think of is, like, he's 15 years old, and his dad is, like, the head of cinematography. Like, his dad is a founding member of Blizz, the head of cinematography. Basically, one of the motherfuckers that got us to love WoW and StarCraft and what have you, like all of that shit. But he's like, oh, I totally got that with nepotism. And it's like, you were 15 doing like a cute little summer internship. Like, that's not... I don't know. He makes it... That's the thing with this dude, is he makes even, like, trivial things sound like they're of the most momentous importance. And he had this internship in which, alas, nepotism was the culprit for this internship. And he had to quit because he was shit at his job. And I'm just like, you were 15. What was it that your dad was like, hey, my son's like really interested in like game dev and programming and stuff. He would love to kind of hop on and kind of see how things are. That's not unusual for people's like teen kids to get like little internships to like learn the ropes of what their dad is doing or learn the ropes of people their dad is working with. That's totally normal. That's a normal thing. He was 15. He was 15 years old. Like, buddy. Bro. Huh? Customer support? No, he wasn't Game Master. Oh, you're saying what's lower than QA? Yeah, QA would be like Game Master stuff. Those jobs weren't even in office half the time. You would just work from home. Some of them were in office, though. From what I know of other game masters and stuff in the past, from like friends and stuff who were GMs. CS Game Master was in office. I know a couple I know a couple of the... What time period were you working? Because I knew a couple GMs that were work from home once, but that was... 2012? 2013? Oh, maybe I just got some... Maybe I just knew some weirdos. They were still in Texas. They were still in Texas, and I think they did have to go to the office sometimes. But they were work from home. Maybe they had special allowances or something. Never heard of anyone work from home during that period? Maybe they fucking lied to me. Wait, no, one of them couldn't be lying to me because that's how I met them. I know when COVID hit that happened. There was only the Austin office, I thought, right? There wasn't one in Dallas, was there? Or am I high? Was there one in Dallas? I thought it was only office. Or I thought it was only Austin. Okay. Only Austin in Texas? Okay. Because, yeah, that's how I know, because they were in Austin. They all lived in Austin. Yeah, because that's where my friend lived, was also Austin, but they had work from home. They didn't have, from what they made it sound like, was they would only go into the office for, like, specific things. And they had some sort of, like, I don't know. Maybe they had health issues? I have no idea. I wasn't, like, super close to them, so I have no idea what the hell their situation was. Other than they were, like, someone I knew from WoW. Either way, anyway, who cares? So, he said he quit, and then he ended up reapplying a bit later, and it was in QA. Which, QA, very important. I've done QA before. Very important. It is not a developer role. It is not a developer role. It is part of development. Because when he talks about his time at the company, he makes it sound like he's like a developer, like a programmer of some sort, working on the video games themselves. But QA is usually non-development team. And it just, that confuses the heck out of me as someone who's done that before. I was contracted. I didn't work with like a studio. So I'm like, that doesn't parse. Okay, well, let's see what he's doing. So he's doing QA for a while, and he's got different things in QA. One of the QA things that he has doesn't even have to do with like the games themselves, but like things like logins and stuff like that, making sure that those things work and what have you, trying to mess with those. Like, okay. Also very important, again, these jobs, hyper important. Definitely, if you're interested in QA, I say fucking go for it. Very interesting job. I quite enjoyed it. Anyway, so after that, after the QA stint, he switches to like security. And it's kind of like, basically, it's the kind of stuff where they kind of test for vulnerabilities. And these vulnerabilities that he's testing for are like social vulnerabilities. So, calling people up, asking them for login info, credentials, and stuff like that, claiming to be people that they're not, seeing if people will give stuff over the phone or over email, things like that, because that's the easiest way to hack into systems, by far. much easier to hack people than it is to hack machines. So, he's doing stuff like this. And again, this is pretty removed from gaming in general. Granted, I don't know how much Blizzard allows people to do stuff, like, even though it's their job title, could he be doing game development for them, like, as well with that job title? I don't fucking know. I don't know how things work at Blizz. I've known some folks who've worked at Blizz. I'm not gonna go bother them about that. They off living their best life now. Yeah, social hack. So he did a lot of like social hacking stuff. But that's it. That's the 7 years of working at Blizz was QA, and then it was that. Like the hacking stuff. So it's like that's not game dev. It's not being a game developer. It is, at least the QA in my mind is part of development. And the hacking thing is just making sure the game studio stays safe. Unless maybe he did some stuff with hacking within game systems, I'm not sure. I don't know exactly what his job entailed exactly. But it seems a bit sussy. I'm a little side-eye of that. I'm kind of very side-eye of that. Yeah, they're non-development team. They're non-dev team, but again, they're very important because you don't need to know coding as a QA. That's another thing. If y'all are interested in doing QA and you can find you know, a game studio near you that's looking for a QA team, knowing coding can help, but usually in a lot of places you don't need to know jack shit about programming. Do you have a working brain? You're good to go. Hey Blank! GMs basically did QA too since we had to check and report some player-related bugs. Normal. Pretty normal, yeah. It's very important. It's important! You gotta make sure that shit's running well. Oh god, unless you're a QA and digging through tracebacks and stuff. Woohoo! Yeah, so it's like, from a cursory glance of what those job titles are, it doesn't seem like anything deals specifically with being a game developer. Which is like, he always uses the phrase, I worked for 7 years at Blizzard. Which, you know, when somebody says a phrase like that, you're thinking game dev. Or you're thinking artist, 3D modeler. Like, stuff like that. Stuff that was involved into the game making, like very involved in the game making process. It's like, it's like saying I was in book publishing for over a decade. I worked at bookstores. Like, you know what I mean? Technically, that's true. I helped push books. I helped sell them. We worked with publishers. Does that mean I was in book publishing? No, not in any way, shape, or form. I'm good, Nick. The troll females didn't have eyelids. It didn't get fixed until trolls. Yeah, no, that was always broken. It wasn't all trolls. It was a very specific face. I know because I had that face. It was the one where it's like the cute woo girl troll face. I loved my 12. It's your fancy. So it's like, okay, that's a little sussy. And then he also claims I worked with the government. And that sounds, ooh la la, worked with the government. testing their nuclear, I don't know how he says it, testing their like nuclear power plants, like for hacking stuff, right? More of the social hacking thing. But it was a contracted through another company, and it was for the state of Ohio. So I guess it depends on who contracted him. I'm guessing a government energy agency in Ohio contracted him for that. I don't know if they dealt with stuff outside of Ohio. But here's the thing. I can't take any of... I have to take everything this guy says with a grain of salt. Very heavy salt. And I feel like at this point, I haven't gotten into why because I haven't discovered why. Everything just seems very sussy, right? And like at this point in time, I'm just like, you know, that could be interpreted in many ways, even if he's contracted work, if he's still contracted through the US government, even if it's just through like local state government, that still counts as the government. He's just, you know, extrapolating, making it sound bigger than it is. And there's a lot of people who do that, especially to like gussy up their credentials and stuff like that. That's not exactly like super, like it's not something that I would like necessarily count as like full out lying. It's definitely leaving stuff out. I think the stuff that I'm more sus about is the working at Blizz thing, because that's setting up an expectation. When it's like somebody goes, I worked at Blizz for 12 years, and they were like the janitor. And it's not to dismiss the janitor. Gotta have people helping keep the place clean. Gotta make sure that the person drinking the titty milk out of the fridge doesn't leave titty milk splashes everywhere. You know what I mean? But they weren't in charge of anything game related, right? Because he's prefacing that after he talks about game stuff and development stuff. Unless he was the kind of employee who he would get his work done and then go hover around other employees, like asking them what they're doing or something. Could have been that. Could have been that. Could have been getting tips from devs that were there working at Blizz, you know? Who knows what his experience was like. Whatever. So I'm U.S. Air Force cybersecurity. We do some defensive stuff, vulnerability management type stuff, but so many people exaggerate the shit they do here, especially of course they do. They gotta make it sound like it's way important. And they can get away with it because most normies are not gonna know what the fuck. They're just gonna be like, wow, that's impressive. Note to employees, please clean up your stolen breast milk stains before leaving the office, Blizzard. Whenever I actually talk about my time at Blizz, I always try to preface that I was a GM, because you're right, I worked at Blizzard tends to have an implied as a dev on the internet. Yeah, it does. I was a GM! Very important job! You need GMs. You need GMs, you need QA, you need a whole bunch of... It takes a lot of people to make these games and keep business running. But not all of them are gonna be game developers. Time is generally at a premium in a game dev studio, so there wouldn't be that much time to just hover around and take up actual devs' time. Maybe. I have no fucking clue. Oh wow, what game did you work on? All of them? Technically? So there was that, right? So he had the thing where he was doing the government job. The contracted government job. And then after that, it was, his game studio. His game studio! Hey! Pog, right? Pog. And that's what he's been doing, I think it was since 2017. He opened his game studio, and that's what he's been working on. So he has a game. So I was like, okay. Right, because I was looking at like the programming, and then I saw like his work experiences. Like, okay, maybe this is why his programming isn't good. Oh, I forgot. Between the internship and then reapplying to Blizz again. I forgot he made furry models in Second Life. As far as I am aware, from what I could look up, it wasn't like PP models, booby, titty models. It wasn't stuff like that. It was just regular ass furry models, nothing lewd, as far as I am aware, as far as what anyone's admitted to, because the person who was modeling the models was 17 and he was 19. So hopefully they weren't sexy models, but in Second Life, so it makes me side-eye a little bit, but they're saying it was just regular furry models. So in between that time of doing the internship, they were making, I think they said about 5 to 10K a month, selling furry models on Second Life, and they seem to have had a falling out because of money splits, like how much money like the modeler was getting and he was getting. So the modeler would make the furry models, rig them, and then he would put their Second Life uses a certain programming language, and he would use that on the models to configure them and stuff. I don't know how complicated that is. I have no fucking clue. I don't think Lil's here. I know Lil's done some Second Life things, I think. They were within that community. I don't know how hard it is. I have no idea. If any of y'all know, if any of y'all done Second Life. LUA? Okay. That sounds right. I'm not totally familiar with Second Life. That sounds right, though. LUA. I played a lot in the late 2000s. Hey, you might have met the person we're talking about if you were in the furry community. They had like a whole like little they have like a furry what you call it? Furry OC? Furry OC. They're furry person. They have a whole thing. I'm bad at furries. I'm sorry. I went to the furry convention. I didn't pick up anything. I quite enjoyed the furry convention though. Legit, guys? Legit? If you guys know there's a furry convention near you, fucking go to it. Just go to it. Do it. It was fun. Persona! That's what I'm thinking. That's the word I'm thinking of. Persona. He has like a persona and stuff like that. Who didn't have a furry OC in Second Life? Tended to hang out with a very tight-knit group of cat girls. Told you furry cons are a good vibe. I had a good time. It also helped that we were there with we were visiting a pirate artisan and his cute, oh my god, she's so cute. He has the cutest wife. Lemony Fish. They were so sweet. It also helped that we were like hanging out with them and they introduced us to some of their like artist friends and stuff. It was a very lovely time. I had such a good time. I'm hoping he comes back, maybe, possibly, who knows? I would love to see them again. Maybe I can travel to like a big furry con. I think there's like a big one they went through called Anthrocon. They had posted some pics to me. But it was fun! I think I kind of liked that everything that was at the convention, it wasn't like IPs. It wasn't like a bunch of intellectual property stuff. It was like all OC art, and even if you weren't furry, if you just like animals, there's so many animal things. So it's like, oh, this is really pretty, and this is really cute, and oh, I really like this, and oh, this is a little goat. I have to get the little goat. It was like a lot of stuff like that. Like if you like animals, and if you like mythological animals too, there's like a lot of stuff like that. I would highly recommend going. There was a ton of really cool stuff. Oh, also, just like general like kimono Mimi stuff too. If you want like tails and ears and stuff, they're probably the best for it. Second Life had an in-house custom scripting language. Linden Lake or something like that. It's gonna bother me. What the heck did he script in? Live. LSL. It was LSL. Okay, no, I recommend. Yeah, so that was. What does that stand for? Script language LSL stand for? Yeah, Linden scripting language. Okay, yeah, that's what they had scripted in. I don't know how hard that is to script in or what have you, but that's what he was doing with his friend. She would model the model, 3D model the models, and then he would use LSL to get them working in Second Life. It limited them for a long time. Yeah, sounds very interesting. So he did that, then worked at Blizz, not doing game dev from what I can see. And then worked for that contractor for the government. And then after that, started his game dev. So it's like, okay, I feel like he started his game dev journey in 2017, but that's not what he says. He says he's been in game development for 20 years. Though I guess maybe that Second Life stuff, maybe he's counting that stuff, but it's like, how on top of that were you? When did you start learning, like C++ and stuff like that? Because C++ is usually what most people use for game language. It is, it has a low barrier of entry. Oh, but no, I do know he can work with Python because that was in one of the job descriptions was Python. So I do know he knows how to work with Python, but Python is almost like writing a sentence instead of coding. Python's very interesting. It's a good introductory language, though, I would say. At least that's why my dad loved it. My dad liked it because he thought that was going to be the future. He's like, everyone is going to be able to program with Python. Either way. I digress. So, he was doing all of that. And I was like, okay, you know what? His coding is interesting with his lack of name variables, but you know, whatever works for him, right? That's fine. Whatever works for him. But then I ended up learning about the video game. And this is where I'm like, oh no, this is actually like really bad territory. Like before I'm just kind of thinking he's mean. A mean jerk who overinflates the importance of his jobs, right? Nothing's wrong with that. You know, whatever. Who cares? Who gives a shit, really, if someone's a meanie poopy head? You know, don't hang out with them then. And who cares if they overinflate their job titles and shit? Whatever. You know, people do that shit. He has a game that he had a Kickstarter for. And they raised like $19,000, which was like 380% over what they asked for, which is really pog. And they were like, oh yeah, it's this game. It seems very Toby Fox inspired. Undertale. For some reason, I wanted to say Ultra something, and I'm like, that's not right. So Undertale. It seems very Undertale inspired. He's probably been greatly influenced by Toby Fox as well, and what have you. Maybe not like directly from the game Toby Fox, the Undertale, but like Toby Fox is a developer kind of thing, right? Very inspiring. Because I think Toby Fox kind of learned on the fly. Like, making the game. It's pretty impressive. People love that fucking thing. I don't. I hate the fucking game. I'm never going to play it on stream. I tried playing it and, I don't know. Brain small. I got very annoyed with it. There was like a part where I didn't realize I wasn't supposed to fight, and the fight just kept going and going and going. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing wrong? And I think I got upset and just let my character die, and then the game progressed. And I was like, I just wasted like 20 minutes. Got mad. I was like, fuck this game. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. It was before there was like a bajillion things about, you know, you don't have to fight in this game and blah blah blah. I didn't know that those were options and stuff like this. I was just treating it as a regular RPG, and I was like, oh, people are really excited about this game. I should play it. And no, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. Either way. So he's making a game that's kind of got like the feeling of Undertale. It's got the feels, the Undertale feels. And there's plenty of games like that. I think a lot of people were very inspired. They were like, oh my gosh. The kind of game I want to make can work. I should push myself to do it, right? Because there were certainly tons of games that were already like that. I fucking love, what the hell is it called? I always forget it. Every time. Off. I love Off. Every time I want to say the batter. It's not the batter. Your character is the batter. Lay. Jesus. It's like, I'm like, oh, I like that game. Link. Oh, I like that game. Link, man. It's real good. Hey, Rune. Curious game, the only winning move is not to win. Yeah, I'm too small brain for that. I want to do the stereotypical go on an adventure and beat up the bad guys kind of thing. That's just how I am. Either way. So I started looking into his game, and it's like, oh, okay, there's like a demo. Chapter 1 came out, Chapter 2 came out, they had this Kickstarter, and he's there talking about how, transparency is very important to him. He's saying that he's putting out monthly updates about what they're doing and all of this. Hey, Rune! I'm talking about game dev. Sorta. Sorta. Off. If you want to play Off, 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 it is coming out on Steam. It's a great game. I love that game. Off is such a good game. You have to experience it. Okay? You have to. If you appreciate art, you have to play Off. Yeah! I was so excited. I was like, what the fuck? Cause it was a game trailer. There was a game trailer on one of those things, and I was like, I was excited. Sorry, I got very excited there. I'll stop yelling. It's just good. It's a good game. God, when the fuck did I hold on? When did I play that? It was a little bit after Markiplier played it, because I saw him playing it and I was like, this looks so interesting, and then I ended up playing it and it was good. It was good. What year? 10 years ago? It's 10 years ago. Surely not, right? I'm not gonna think about that. about that right now. Anyway. Okay. Where I get distracted again. I'm trying to sum up my thoughts on a certain person. Because I found it intriguing. And I feel like there's something for us all to learn. When I first played off, I saw Markiplier play it, and I was like, this game looks cool. I'm gonna play this game. And yeah. So I went to go look up, when did Markiplier release his part 1 of his off playthrough? And it was 10 fucking years ago. Not old enough to be a Pokemon trainer. Velvet Deck. Okay. Anyway, I'm getting off course. Okay. I have a lot of opinions as well. So, right, I'm describing how I had first heard of this person after them scurrying away in WoW. And at that time period, I had thought they had done that on purpose for, like, content purposes, you know what I mean? And I didn't, like, see any drama or anything like that. I don't pay attention to stuff like that. I just thought, he got, like, people killed. He's being, like, an asshole. Because you can see on his bar, he has, like, Innervate, Mana Stone, all that shit. And you go, whatever. I think, do they have Innervate? I don't know. He definitely had a Mana Stone, though. There was definitely a Mana Stone. Either way. I didn't know that there was all this other stuff going on with that where he wasn't apologizing and what have you. And this is not a person I pay attention to or know what their content was like. It's just some dude. I didn't know them. I just heard the WoW thing, and because I am a WoW nerd, you know, I looked at it and said, haha, somebody's trolling the guild kind of thing. Yeah, I would think it's an intentional hee-hee. I was being a little shit kind of thing, right? Gonna save my skin. See ya, suckers. Like that kind of thing. But no, it was like actually really upset that people were calling him a roach and stuff and being like, oh, they kicked me out of this guild making content. They're just a content guild. And it's like, bro, I thought that's what you were doing. What? But I learned that later. So there's another creator I follow named Ross Scott, and I like his content a lot, and so I have been following his Stop Killing Game stuff for a long time now. He's been very passionate about this for fucking years and everything like that. So I didn't know, at this point, I didn't know the stuff about this guy, like, poo-pooing on it and stuff either. I didn't know about that until Ross made a video talking about how, like, hey, this is the end of the Stop Killing Games movement. And he goes into, like, the YouTuber pylon has been interesting. I just got the impression from the shorts he was the type to speak with confidence and authority about any subject, whether he knew anything about it or not. Bad vibes. Bad vibes. I didn't see too much of his content. I think I saw, like, a couple shorts, and I was like, okay. I think the shorts that I saw were mostly about, YouTube algorithm stuff. So it was just like, you know, interesting. And I just left it at that. Fuck, I got distracted. But, yeah, it's been interesting. It's because of how he speaks. I'll get into that. But, yeah, I was saying how I didn't... And then I saw the thing with Ross. And I was like, wow, what a jerk. Because Ross talked about, like, kind of a few reasons why the initiative was dying. And how he was like, after this, I'm done. I'm not the kind of person who should be at the head of this anyway. It was just something I was passionate about, you know. And he's kind of always had that mentality of, well, if no one else wants to do it, I guess I will. Like, that kind of thing. But then he got to the part with this person and just angry, inflammatory, insulting, demeaning, dismissive, completely no reading comprehension, or very little reading comprehension, like building up stuff in their mind. There was like a whole section on the website that said, we are not asking for this. And then this person was like, oh, they're saying this. And it's like, it literally says no. It says they're not. It was strange. It was bizarre. I didn't know this was happening. And I was like, oh, shit. I had just heard he was a freaking jerk. So what ends up happening later is this last weekend, I was feeling kind of sick and crummy. And so I ended up going down this rabbit hole about this person. Because I was like, I just randomly think this person is a jerk. And I kind of want to understand, you know? Like, why is this person the way they are? Am I being too harsh on this person by just being like, what a fucking asshole? You know? I want to know about who I'm being so harsh to. And I have the wherewithal to be like, you know, I shouldn't just be like judging this person based on how inflammatory they are. I can still think they're a jerk, but I should, you know, I kind of want to understand why they're doing the things they're doing, and stuff like that. Why is it important to me? No idea. Just a weirdo. Where did my pen go? Sorry, I dropped my art pen. And so I ended up going down this rabbit hole. And it happened by accident. I was just looking at things, but I saw this Ashen's a Creation video, and it's kind of like a more old school kind of style, very social MMO. And that stuff is up my alley. And it was talking about how he wasn't very nice, and how he was picking fights with people on a server. And then I saw the thing where he pulled a mob and blamed his group, saying he's gonna kick the person who pulled it. He pulled it. But then it's the tank's fault. And it's the group's fault for how they pulled it. And it's not his fault that he pulled it. After he was saying there's no excuses. After he's saying, oh, I need to kick them, etc. And with that, my feelers started going up on like the BS-ery. Because some of the ways that he talks about stuff... How do I want to say that? It's like he's mimicking how other people would talk in a situation, but he doesn't quite get it right. Like, he's saying stuff without understanding. Like, when he says, oh, this is a social sandbox and stuff like that, it's like, you've definitely heard this term, but you're not applying it correctly to the situation that you yourself are involved in. And I start coming to a realization that I think he actually has very poor vocabulary skills. Not that they're super limited or anything like this. I don't think that's the case. I do believe that he does have a pretty good vocabulary. It's just that he definitely has a better vocabulary than I would say the average person. But it seems like he makes a lot of mistakes in how he, in the way in which he uses words and how he understands things. It feels like his reading comprehension and his comprehension of what people are saying to him is a bit lacking. But I'll get into that. I'll get into that more later. It becomes more obvious as I saw more stuff, especially with certain words he was using. I was like, wait, he's not using that word correctly. Cause I was one of those cringe kids that would read constantly growing up, all the time. I worked at bookstores because I loved books. I was constantly reading. My whole life has been spent on words, and so I know a lot of random words. And it's weird to hear people use really specific English words in the wrong way.
With message lay squish lay squish lay squish lay squish. Dragon of Eternity, 29 months of chaotic squishing with Chatia.
He's like
Your
Larry
message
David
adds a
doing
delightful
something
touch
bad,
of mischief to the stream.
It isn't a TV
Let's
show.
continue
Yeah!
spreading joy and charm together.
And
Hugo Tilda.
yeah, it's more sad than anything. Because, like, when you see someone like Larry David getting their comeuppance, it's like a satisfying thing. But it's fantasy. It's not real. You know? So you can have a good time laughing at his expense. But I don't have... Okay, I get a little entertainment out of laughing at his expense, but not in a very happy way. More like, dummy, what the fuck did you expect? But it's just kind of sad because it feels like this person is torturing themselves for no reason, essentially. Or at least at first it felt like no reason. Okay, so I end up finding out about the game, and he's been working on this chapter 3 thing. And he's been working on it for 7 years and hasn't released chapter 3 yet. But then he has like excuses and stuff. He says at one point that, oh, I lost 9 months of dev time due to COVID. What year was that? Hold on. Let me go to his Twitch tracker really quick. I don't know. Does he have a... I'm human! I'm human! There it is. Here we go. Where is it? Okay, I think it's 2021. Was it 2021 or 2020? It's so funny because there's not a lot of missing time there in his streams. In 2020. Wow, he was way more consistent in 2018 and 2019. Got way more spotty as time went on. That's interesting. Anyway. Anyway, he claimed, I can't remember if it was 2020 or 2021. There is a lot of time missing here in 2021 on his streams. But he claims, oh, I lost 9 months due to COVID. And it's like, oh, wow, that stinks, right? That sucks. Like donkey dick having COVID and what have you. Oh, thank you for the follow. I mean, what? That sucks, donkey dick, having COVID. But then people have conveniently pointed out that he talks about that year and when he got sick. And he was tested twice for COVID. And he said both times they were negative. And what he ended up having was actually a severe case of bronchitis, which, yikes, not fun. Bronchitis sucks. Bronchitis is the worst. Fuck that. But he's claiming, but then it's like, okay, that's when I start getting, not just the sussy vibes from, oh, this guy just, you know, overinflates himself and he just is just some weirdo who doesn't like apology. He doesn't want to be wrong. And then I'm like, oh. Is this guy a liar? Does he lie? Is this gonna be a thing where it's lying? Is lying the issue? So he claims to have had, he claims that he lost 9 months of production on COVID in a very specific year, but he never said he had COVID in that year. Unless he did and lied about that. It's either he lied about testing negative for COVID, or he tested positive for COVID but never told anyone he did during that time period, and just brings it up later as the excuse as to why there wasn't anything done for the game. It's very strange, because then, like, later on, I think, if I'm looking at this tracker correct here, there was, like, a week that he ended up not streaming. And that's when he said he contracted COVID for the second time. I think it's in 2023. He said he contracted COVID for the second time and that this time wasn't as bad. But it's, like, really confusing because he never mentioned he had gotten COVID before. As far as people could dig through, again, unless he just never mentioned it. Because it's like, we're going off of, like, what he said. And obviously, people don't need to share every aspect about their life. Maybe he got COVID after getting bronchitis and just never mentioned it anywhere where it could be viewed, right? Who knows? But the big dip is that game that he released with Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, the demo, that was in 2017. And even if he lost 9 months of time, that's still 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year, 6 year, in, like, almost 7 years of time to get that third chapter done. And it turns out that a lot of the people who had put money into the Kickstarter, when they saw him get popular, like popping off on YouTube and streaming and all of that, a lot of people who had paid for the game and stuff like this were basically like, oh, we're not getting the game then. It's never happening. Which is so sad. They were looking forward to that. And at this point, to me, this just reads kinda scummy and is getting almost into, like, scam territory personally. He should probably refund those people. It's $19K. He could probably afford it. It's just, buddy, why are you doing this to them? Get that shit done. The other problem with the game is it's not like it's something where maybe he's just having a slow time and he can delegate it to someone else. He's the only dev for it. He doesn't seem like he wants to delegate coding the game to anyone else. I think he should, though. It seems like he's too busy to get it done. Or maybe he's burnt out and he just doesn't want to finish it. Is selling the idea of a game. Well, I mean, you say that, but he does have the first 2 chapters. They are out. They are there. That is a game. The game is there. It just needs to be worked. The rest needs to be worked on. I'm confused. What are we on about? I'm talking about my rabbit hole I went down while I was sick yesterday. Because I was curious about a person, because I felt that I was judging someone harshly, and I wanted to understand why I was feeling the way I was feeling, and if it was even warranted for me to feel the way that I was feeling. So I looked into them to figure out, okay, what's missing here? What's going on? Oh my god, fuck you, Sulim! I mean, what? Never mind. Hey guys. The game. Get fucked. Anyway. So there was that, and I was like, huh, that's really suspicious. But you know, it's based on tweets. It's based on tweets. Like I said, it could be a thing where he did get COVID that year and just never outright said he got COVID. Could have gotten it after he had bronchitis because obviously. Ow. Because like I said, it's all based on what he's reporting, right? And he never said that he got COVID that year, but he could have. I don't know. I'm not going to delve that deep into it. I don't know exactly what he said about missing 9 months of work. He's like, I missed 9 months from April. If he said that, I'd be like, wait, you tested twice in April and you didn't have COVID. But maybe he just means that year in general. Could have happened after he got bronchitis. Bronchitis would have, you know, made his immune system weaker. Could have caught it afterwards. Just never said anything out loud about it at the time. Shrug. I don't know. I ain't going through this dude's whole fucking Twitter history. The origin of the game? Easy. 4chan. There you go. There's the origin. Actually, no. It might also be... It might be something awful. No, I'm not looking into that. I'm not looking into that. Anyway. Random internet bullshittery aside. I thought that was a little sus. It's a little sus. But again, being a little sus is nothing. Everybody does shit that's a little sus now and then. It doesn't mean that they're actually doing anything sussy. It just becomes more of an issue if things they do are consistently sussy. One sussy thing? Meh. 2 sussy things? 3 sussy things? 4 sussy things? 5 sussy things? 6 sussy things? Bro, what's going on, you know? Yeah, the helicopter. I haven't thought about something awful in so long. Every once in a while, I'll be like, power book, and then I start thinking about something awful again. Power book. Anyway, who cares? Getting distracted! So, So I go, okay, so that's the game stuff. I'm like, that's kind of sad that it feels like these people are never getting their fucking game, or at least not for a while. Apparently, the chapter 3, I think he said it's like 80% done, 85% done, something like that. I was told to follow the guy, but I didn't know his whole deal. I just saw some shorts, and that was about it. I saw the thing with WoW, and I thought he did that on purpose, and I was like, huh, content creators making content, whatever. Only to find out that that wasn't the case. I thought he was pretending to be bad at the game. He's just regular bad at the game, which again, it's not a crime. But when you're acting like you're an authority on everything, it comes across very hypocritical. Or foolish. Buffoonery, I would say. A buffoon, I would say. So I was like, okay, that kind of sucks for those people that got that game. And so I go, okay. So this is just some on-surface stuff, but I think I'm starting to see some things here that are a little worrisome. But whatever. And I think at this point, this is where I think about the video that Saimeki had brought up, saying that there was a guy, a therapist guy, like psychologist guy, who just has like an interview with them. It's not like a session or anything like that. It's purely just an interview for like entertainment purposes and things like that. Oh my gosh. It's cutting through my chest. Oh no. Yeah, I really enjoyed that guy's content. I really enjoyed it. It was really good. Gave me a lot of thought. And gave me a lot of things to think about. He talks about something called mentalization that I was like really vibing with. I was like, like basically putting yourself in other people's shoes, thinking of how thinking of other people isn't just something that's just naturally an empathetic trait, though that does help. But it's a skill that we develop and can practice, and I thought that was really nice. There was a lot of really intriguing stuff about that. I would highly recommend actually checking out that video. It's actually really good. It's really, really good. I thought it was great. So and the guy is called Dr. K. At least that's what the label said. I think it's... What, is it Healthy Gamer GG? I think is what his channel's called. I thought it was pretty pog. I haven't watched like a ton of his other content, so that video itself, really good, very eye-opening. I thought it was so interesting, and I really liked the way he was very careful about what he was saying, but at the same time, he also wasn't scared to push the interviewee as well. Not in like a bad way, in like a gentle pushing. So that way he doesn't, cause they're okay. So oh my gosh, that was a long video. I meant to scrub through it, but Dr. K was saying such interesting stuff that I just had to sit. I was enthralled. I had to sit there and listen to this man. He was just so interesting. I really love how he deals with someone who's so, I don't want to say non-confrontational. It's not that the wizard guy was non-confrontational. It's like he's slippery. And he wasn't letting him slip around issues after a bit. And so it was like, his questions and stuff kind of became a wall where the wizard guy had to stop and really think about things and what he was saying. Evasive, yes, thank you. Evasive, he was so evasive. It was interesting. I love stuff like that, though. That was right up my alley. I was like, whoa! This is great. It kind of gives me that same feel that I get from like police interrogations, to be perfectly honest. How at least good police investigative videos or investigation videos where the investigator is very careful with their wording and kind of gets a feel for the conversation and the perp and can really tailor the conversation to who they're talking to kind of get some sort of outcome, whether that be for better or for worse type of thing, or maybe if nothing happens. But it was pretty great. Highly recommend Healthy Gamer GG. That video specifically was great. It was so insightful. Although there was a point in the video where I had like a bit of a like, ugh, kind of thing. So there was a lot of talk about objectivity and subjectivity. And this interview actually helped me have a little bit of empathy for this guy as well, just because I think his reality is he lives in a very emotional reality, and I don't think he's aware of that, and that makes me feel bad for him basically, because he just does not seem to get it. And there's many instances where Dr. K asks him something very point blank about like, or not even asks him, is suggesting things to him about things, and like, oh, like, have you thought about this? And nothing confrontational, nothing like that. And the wizard guy going, I don't understand. Gosh. I'm so tempted to listen to it, but I don't think that's kosher for my... That's not the kind of content I want to make. I don't want to rip off someone else's content for myself. I don't know. Would I even have anything good to add to that? Would it be transformative enough? And it's a 3-hour freaking video. Maybe that should be its own thing entirely. Some people metaphorically move in a serpentine manner and strike away. Yeah, it's 3 hours. Like I was saying, I thought, oh, I'll just hop through into like different parts, but literally every single bit, well, except for the very beginning where they're setting up, obviously, but every single bit of the interview and kind of some of his insights afterwards were super interesting. Super duper interesting. I thought it was crazy insightful. I learned some stuff from that, so that's Pog. Plus, I kind of got like a better understanding of... It's kind of obvious how this person thinks now. I was very confused by, why is he doing this? What's going on here? And it's very obvious that this person is someone who has a very, very fragile and insecure view of themselves. And yeah, it's a stream interview podcast, 2 to 3 hours, pretty standard. Yeah. So he has a very fragile and insecure view of himself. There's a point where he says that he's just an ordinary guy. He's just some guy. But the thing is, it feels like his view of himself is really at odds of how he presents himself. He exudes excellence. Okay, he puts off like he is an authority. He's got 7 years at Blizzard. He's been to DEF CON. He's got medals. He's been in the development space for 20 years. He's got his own game company. At this point, anyway, he's working with Off-Brand. He's a highly successful streamer, although I don't think he brings that up. But it is something, right? To kind of add to this whole mystique of who he is. And when what you're presenting to us doesn't match quite with how you feel, it's kind of like, how do I want to say, it's like, it's like applying hot and cold like over and over again to like a piece of metal or some stone, and it can become very brittle because it's so at odds. And so anytime anyone questions that, you know, protective bubble of excellence that you've made for yourself, you get very defensive. It's very interesting. He gets very defensive about things. But when Dr. K asked him, like, what do you think about yourself? He was speechless. He said he didn't think about himself at all. And that's really sad. It could also be a thing where this is a public interview. It is not a therapy session, it is not a closed session, and he's probably very aware that people are watching him, and that can definitely, you know, mess with how you're gonna answer a question. And it could be something that is just too personal for him to talk about. But the fact that he could come up with nothing was just very sad to me. And I'm just like, nothing? Really? Nothing? Nothing at all? And they kind of had to, like, go past that little bit. He did talk in the beginning about his ferret rescue and how he had a ferret die recently. And it was a ferret where, you know, when you run an organization like that, you try not to get too attached to the animals, because in, you know, in a good scenario, they're either going to new homes, or if they are very sick, they might be passing away. But this one ferret that was brought in was very scared of other animals, and so the only way it could get its social interaction was from people. And so he would personally be the social interaction for that ferret. He would play with it, interact with it, and what have you, and he grew attached. And that ferret ended up passing away due to, I think it was cancer. Some form of cancer, aggressive cancer. And the little guy passed away. And he was kind of opening that up to say that he was feeling very emotionally down and vulnerable, right? Because he's dealing with this death and missing this little guy, right? Which is very understandable, very real. The thing that I can't shake is, it's like, yes, this is a thing, and anyone going through this would kind of understand that, and I think that's okay. But he prefaces that before getting into the WoW stuff, and it sounds horrible, but he's so adept at making excuses that I can't help but feel that he's using the death of this poor little animal as, like, another kind of, like, excuse as to why he's acting the way he's acting. Because on its own, like I said, if somebody was talking about that, that would be understandable. And I would feel very bad for them. And I do still feel bad for him. That's sad. Poor little guy. Poor little guy. But, he said that people picking on him about the WoW stuff and then using the death of that animal to also make fun of him it was making him feel more defensive than normal. Okay, and at this point, he keeps talking about having conversations with people. And he talks about having conversations with people, trying to understand people's outlook and things like this. Okay? I have been a content creator for a long time. That doesn't necessarily make me an authority on things, but I feel like I have a very good grasp on a lot of things that are healthy to do when you are a content creator of really any size, right? And in my brain, when he's talking about having conversations with people about his reasoning and about the WoW episode, because he also talks about the WoW episode, I'm thinking he means, you know, the guildies he was with, the people he was running with, his friends, other content creators. That's who I think he's talking about at this point in the thing. I'm just gonna preface that first. I'll get more into that in a little bit. But he then after he talks about that poor little ferret, he gets into what happened with the WoW thing, and he says, you know, it's a hardcore run. We accidentally, the tank accidentally pulled stuff. I was smug about it. I made a smug comment. And then all this stuff happened. And Dr. K was like, okay, but it's a hardcore run. People are known to die in hardcore runs. This is just a fact of what it is. Would people be reacting in this way just from having 2 random people die in a dungeon? And he's like, yeah, well, you know, I said a smug comment. The thing that I found very odd about that bit of the interview is he never gets into what exactly he said. He just says smug comment. He never says what he said. He never says anything exact about what he does. He uses very subjective language when he's describing things that are that involve himself, which is so funny. Because whenever he describes other people, well, there were 2 packs and the boss, and the tank pulled 1 pack, and then he pulled the second one, and then accidentally pulled the boss, and he was supposed to be doing the calls and all of this. He called out to run, and so I run, and then he says to call me back for this, and I made a smug comment. And it's like, what? Anything else, buddy, to add to that? You're so descriptive, you're so verbose about everything else, but you just won't. He doesn't want to confront what he's done. And so it just comes across so dismissive. Oh, I just made a smug comment. He hand waves it off as if it's just this tiny thing, and everyone's blowing it way out of proportion. And it's like, wow, no, that's crazy. Yeah, it is kind of out of proportion for just for 2 people dying in a hardcore raid. And there's like all these angry people, but it's like, this has happened before. People have died in hardcore, like, dungeons and raids. How many people are getting the amount of hate that you're getting for it? Because this is 100 days later from that WoW incident. But yeah, he'll give a lot of details in why other people are wrong. But whenever he addresses his own like wrongdoing, or his own like moments where he's being naughty, it's just this. It's just this. It's not that bad. She's not that bad. I just made a smug comment. And I think... Hold on. Let me look at the... Please tell me that his Twitter post about it is short. He likes to be very verbose.
System says, responsive wall 9 has resubbed for 80 months with message I've missed your cute and soothing voice, lay love.
Oh my god, it's
responsive
so long.
wall 9, 80 months of chaotic cuteness with Chatia. Your words warm our fuzzy hearts. Let's continue spreading mischief and charm together, creating magical moments in the stream. Yugotilda.
Yeah, there was a point where Dr. K brings up the missing reasons. And I have y'all heard of that phrase, the missing reasons? It has to do with kind of like this cognitive dissonance that people have where they know why someone is avoiding them or whatever the case may be. They know why, but they will never admit that, or they just something cognitively is causing them not to address that or even think those things are connected. Let me read you the missing reasons really quick. And it is not to say that this is the case for the person that I'm talking about. It's just there's a lot of stuff that seems very similar to how he describes things. He leaves stuff out. The missing reasons was it's a article by a psychologist talking about parents of estranged children. So these are kids who don't talk to their parents anymore. Which is me! I am an estranged child. I don't talk to my mom anymore, but it's because she's a jerk. Although I'm pretty sure my mom knows it's because I think she's a jerk and I don't want to talk to her, so I don't think my mom's like this. But, so, just to, like, read this first little bit. Hold on, I want to change the music. Is there, like, something a little more mellow? Maybe... a little more mellow, please. Oh gosh, Monster Cat, please. Silk, maybe? Oh. There we go. Okay. So, it's like Down the Rabbit Hole, the World of Strange Parents forums. And, the first title here is The Missing Reasons. It says, members of estranged parents forums often say their children never gave them any reason for the estrangement, then turn around and reveal that their children did tell them why. But the reasons their children give, the infamous missing reasons, are missing. And then they quote something from an estranged parents forum, and it says, my sons consistently refuse to reply to my emails and let my calls go to voicemail, or barely speak if they do answer. They accuse me of being a terrible person, but won't elaborate about exactly what I've done. Well, sometimes they do, but it doesn't make sense, at least to me. For example, it's hard to be a part of the birth of my grandchild if I didn't know that I was going to have one. All this started because of a personal email they felt entitled to read on my computer. Right? What were the other reasons her son give? Not knowing about the birth of her grandchild can't be the only one. What was in the email that caused both her sons to cut her off? We're supposed to be distracted by the hinkiness of the sons reading the email and never noticed that Elizabeth, that's the poster's name, just told us that she knows exactly why her sons cut her off. Pay no attention to the missing explanation behind the curtain. And then there's another quote here. I was abandoned by my daughter 6 years ago this June. I received a text message that said, the keys are under the mat and I have moved out. Don't come looking for me. I never want to see you again. You have ruined my life. I got home to an empty room and found my husband standing in her I got home and found my husband standing in her empty room. She had prepared a speech that she emailed to me. She did not even say mom or dad anywhere in it. It was I guess it's her name. It was blank. It was asterisk, asterisk. It was my name or my husband's first name. She stopped communicating with me about 1 year after, but each time I asked why, I got the prepared speech or some slung together 4-letter words that I didn't appreciate. All my husband said was, she's 18. I was expecting this. I wasn't. What was in the prepared speech? Why did her father expect her to move out at 18? The mother has 2 different sources of explanations at her fingertips, and she turns to neither, nor does she repeat so much as a scrap of her daughter's allegations. Sometimes I've tried this is another quote. Sometimes when I've tried, all I've had back is pages and pages of abuse. It kills me and my husband when we have to read what a despicable person I am. How I'm evil and twisted and negative and 1,000 other things too. I sent an email to the middle son asking what we had ever done after all these years. No one has ever spelled it out to us. The reply last night was unbelievable. The things he said were cruel, vindictive, and completely untrue. He remembers things in a totally distorted way, and he believes 100% that this stuff is true no matter how much we try to tell him he has it wrong. What was in the pages and pages that her son wrote her? Why did it count as abuse and not as an explanation? Were her sons really able to fill multiple pages with nothing but, Dear Mom, you're despicable, vile, twisted, and negative. I hate you. I really, really hate you because you're vile, twisted, and negative. You're a bad person, and you should feel bad. I feel bad because you're so bad. Or was there anything solid in there, anything at all to explain why they thought their mother was despicable? In the same vein, members who confront their estranged children report that their children screamed at them or used such foul language that I was shocked, but don't repeat anything their children said. The mother who wrote a letter to my estranged daughter describes her daughter's voice as a small, frightened whisper, which, though I knew it to be in your voice, didn't seem like you at all, but doesn't say what her daughter whispered. The letter is marked by the complete absence of her daughter's words, even as reported speech. When members do say what the allegations were, they paraphrase heavily, choosing the most trivial offenses and trimming away all context. Elizabeth said her son accused her of not being part of his child's birth, even though he hadn't told her he was having a child. The accusation is stripped of all seriousness because it's so bizarre, an impression created by total lack of context. Another estranged mother, the woman quoted above, whose son sent her pages and pages of abuse, said, Last night he scraped the bottom of the barrel. When I was on holiday with him, his second wife and his kids, not hers, 3 years ago, I was there as a babysitter to do them a favor, although I had to pay for 2 weeks of car rental. Apparently I had called/insulted his ex-wife, who he walked out on 5 years earlier for another woman. And get this, I called/insulted his dog, which, by the way, was a bit disturbed, and he had to rehome it. She establishes that she was doing her son a favor at the time, that he had no place being insulted by anything she said about his ex-wife, and that his dog, whom she called a lunatic, badly behaved dog, deserved the insult. What's missing is the context of the insults and whether her son has had trouble in the past with her bad-mouthing people and things he cares for. Whether her insults are veiled criticism of him, whether the insults she quoted were two in a vacation-long stream of insults, or he was tired of her insulting everything and everyone, whether this was the straw that broke the camel's back. One allegation, out of context, shaved down to reductio ad absurdum. Sounds like my mom. Oh, but yeah, so I don't think Pirate Software is, or yeah, I don't think they're as extreme as that. The wizard guy, I don't think they're as extreme as that, but they conveniently leave things out to kinda, I guess, paint themselves in a better light, which is a very human thing to do. I think that's very human. That's a very knee-jerk reaction thing to do. But this is where, like, I've said before, where I feel like this is very immature behavior. You kind of have to own up to things. When you push off everything constantly, any sort of blame, any sort of responsibility of something that you may have had a part in that was bad or wrong or not quite right, when you push it off on everyone else all the time and then never really elaborate the things you did do wrong and just sort of hand wave them and treat them as if they're not a big deal, this is what kids do. That's what kids do. You do that when you're younger because these are skills that you have to learn as you grow up. You learn how to take responsibility. You learn how to take accountability because it's important as a social creature. It is important to mesh well with the people around you. The big problem that wizard guy has is that he just doesn't seem to know how to do that. But it's also because he has a very conflated ego because he is fragile. It's very, like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's very everything's very at odds with each other. It's like this is a person of opposites. It's like all mass. They exude confidence. They exude authority. But they're also incredibly fragile and very sensitive. They have a great respect for what they view is objective reality. But they are highly emotional. And that messes with that reality. Right? It's very interesting. Yeah. Like, if I read the story here, this guild stuff actually sucks. Lots of weird attack posts and people taking it too far. Putting everything in one place and washing my hands of it after this. Spoiler alert, he didn't. I think he made another post after this, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the facade goes both ways. It's very... See, it's a very complicated thing. Like, this person seems like a complicated person, but not because they're someone I would call deep. It's because they lie to themselves. They're very strange. It's very hard for me to get a grasp on what the heck. To start, here's the response about the Dire Mall run. From my perspective, so that is a subjective statement. I didn't feel I could save anyone else with the resources I had left, even with Mana Gem and Robe cooldowns. Oh yeah, he had his Robe could also help him as well. Since the call to run was made, I followed the call and got out as quickly as possible. So from his perspective, he didn't feel he could do anything, even with his resources. So that's very subjective. The call to run was made. I followed the call and got out as quickly as possible. That's very objective. In every other instance where shit has hit the fan, the shot caller has called specific targets, we lock in, and nobody died. If you call run, then everything after that is a shit show. Yamato pinned the entire thing on me despite everyone making mistakes, and this rapidly spiraled into attacks both on and online. That is very objective. He's very soft and gentle with himself, because I think he realizes how fragile he is. So he makes a lot of excuses for himself because, well, yeah. But that's the thing! When you're this soft on yourself, but you don't allow any of that leniency with other people, it comes off as dismissive. It comes off as incredibly dismissive. I feel like I couldn't do anything. But this shot caller person, they should have known. They did this. They made the call, and they weren't very good at the shot caller, or the shot calling thing. When he called specific targets, we locked in and nobody died. If you call run, then everything after is a shit show. Like, alright, buddy. And then saying that the person pinned the entire thing on him, and was that even the case? I couldn't see anything on that. Maybe they did? I am not sure. Oh, okay, this is the old thing. To those trying to character assassinate me, this was the first post they made about it. To those trying to character assassinate me online for a bad pull in Dire Mall WoW hardcore. This is hardcore WoW, and a lot is on the line. When you step foot into a dungeon, here's a light breakdown of the last 24 hours. Oh boy. This one isn't as long, thank God. Our party went the wrong way and overpulled multiple packs with a boss. The shot caller made the call to run, then went back on that call. During the run out, another pack was pulled as we had during the run out. Okay. If it's a combined word, it needs a hyphen. During the run out, another pack was pulled as we opted to skip it. Previously, which is never a good thing, communication was completely broken throughout this, and it was our second time failing the dungeon. Everyone played poorly. 2 people ultimately lost their characters for it. Each person in this group made mistakes, including myself. I have never once said I was perfect in my play, nor that I was a god gamer. I'm just an ex-Blizzard employee that has played Mage for a long time. It's kind of funny because I think there's multiple things in his stream where he would boast about his skills as a Frost Mage, and Frost Mages need to know how to use ¿cómo se dice? Blizzard and level 1 Blizzard, because if you don't have level 1 Blizzard on your bar to save your teammates, then what good are you? Yeah, and it's the party that made mistakes, right? To pin that on a single person is absurd at best, and if you're calling for death and cancellation over it, you're too invested in this content in a very unhealthy way. If you're a creator engaging in this kind of behavior, then eventually your content wave will end, but the relationships you've sullied will be permanent. I hope it was worth it for you. That is wild. That is wild. Good gravy. Like, rereading this after I had looked at it over the weekend while I was all tummy hort, I don't feel as out of it. I'm like, oh god, jeez Louise. If you're a content creator engaging in this kind of behavior, then eventually your content wave will end. But the relationships you've sullied will be permanent. To those trying to defend me, don't worry about it. This too shall pass. Oh. Yeah. Do not attack anyone else on my behalf. I've always hated that kind of behavior. I have no intention to stop making things or not doing stuff, as I already have been. Considering there were a few more WoW creators engaging in some real unhinged shit, I have no idea if he's directing that line at them specifically or people in the guild. Considering how he was just talking about chatters, probably though. Yeah. Yeah, gosh. Those who were banned will stay so. I've never liked that kind of knee-jerk reaction behavior in our community before, and I will not be changing that now. For those that don't understand why they will still stay banned, we had a 10-hour-long hate raid over it live on Twitch. We had to ban nearly 4,000 accounts across all platforms, and our moderators received death threats. Okay, so here's where I get kind of weirded out. Guys, do you know how many people I have banned on Twitch? Do you know how many people I banned? No. At least one. No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either. I don't fucking know. I'm assuming... I don't fucking know. I find this very strange to pay attention to as a content creator. This is very unusual to me. This comes off as greenhorn behavior. And like new streamer behavior. It feels like he popped off without kind of learning some basics. And one of those is maybe you shouldn't pay attention to how many people you're having to ban. That's very strange. So like if I go and if I go to Twitch and I go to my ban list, it doesn't report a number. It just says 99 plus. I was curious. I was like, does it tell you how many people you have banned? And so I was like, is there like a way to see that? So I went to go look. And yeah, it just says 99 plus. Maybe there's something in the API that you can pull that'll tell you like how many you have. Also, he might have like some Discord tools that are hooked in with like his moderating stuff with Twitch, where if someone gets banned and there's like a mod note, it can put a mod note in Discord. And maybe that could be the way that he's keeping track of these numbers. But it's weird to keep track of. And it's not like he's hyper specific, but it feels like he uses these numbers as a way to bolster sympathy more than anything. It's just adding more to the excuses. We had to ban nearly 4,000 accounts across all platforms, and our moderators received death threats regularly throughout it all. Yeah, there's definitely unhinged people, for sure. People called for me to be killed both in-game and out-of-game. They tried to get me banned from Twitch, the guild, and WoW. They tried to make disparaging comments about our ferret rescue or that we somehow hurt animals. They tried to spread rumors saying I was convicted of felonies and many other things. The internet hate machine will not defeat me or the community that supports me. See you in WoW Hardcore tomorrow. But that's... the internet hate machine. Like, there definitely is, like... there is, like, this overarching, like, the internet. And it's just kind of like this mass of people. And they don't act like an individual. But, yeah, he doesn't... the thing is, he doesn't understand why they're mad at him. Is the problem. He doesn't understand why people are mad. Because, like he said, it's a hardcore WoW, and a lot is on the line when you step foot in a dungeon. And, yeah, that's normal. People don't get this angry when people die. Or they do, and then it's gone in, like, a week. Like, the anger subsides, you know? They get over it. Could have basically said we had to ban a shit ton, and it would have conveyed the message like a normal person. Yeah, it gives calling into work that you're sick. It gives calling into work that you're sick, but oh, I've been to the toilet 3 times today and I threw up once and I had old spaghetti yesterday. It's totally legit. I am 1000% sick when they just could have said, you know, I'm having tummy issues. I don't feel good. Like, it's like that kind of thing where people like overshare when they're not necessarily being, I don't know. It's weird. No one knows how to handle the online hate correctly. Yeah. So the deal is to pretty much ignore it. There's no how do I say it? It's like block, ban, and move on. Yes, there's gonna be stragglers. Yes, there's gonna be people trying to get your goat, as it were. And if you don't react to them, if you don't give them more things to be incentivized by, they'll move on to the next target. It's spooky when it happens. I've seen some people go through some pretty rough times, but they get through it, you know? But you don't engage. you don't engage. They're not people that you can reason with. They're like a mass of people. They're a mass. You're not reasoning with the mass of people. They're going rabble, 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 you know? So that other thing he wrote, which is a bit longer. This one, he's willing to say, everyone made mistakes. This rapidly smile and attacks both on and offline. The next few days was just tens of thousands of messages berating me, sending death threats, doxing, and all kinds of shit. This happened on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Reddit, Discord, and over VoIP-initiated phone calls all at the same time. Here are a few examples just inside WoW to give you an understanding, and then he posts a link to, I guess, maybe something recorded. Yes, I feel bad that you're being harassed, but I don't know. I have the opinion that if you're getting like a shit ton of harassment, or even not if you're getting a shit ton of harassment, if you're just getting a couple people like trolling you, it's probably best just to ignore them or go vent to like your friends offline where they can't see that they know that they're getting a rise out of you. Yeah, this is too much. This is too much. Like, he's saying hey to the people that don't like him, and want to hurt him. He's saying, this hurts. This hurts, this hurts, this hurts. This hurts, this hurts, this hurts, this hurts, this hurts, this hurts, and this hurts. So if you want to hurt me, do these things. Tweet at me. Post in my chat. Post in my comments on YouTube. Post on my Steam page. Post on my Reddit. Say mean things to me in Discord. And do VoIP phone calls to me. And insult me if you want to hurt me. And I know it's shitty because... what the fuck are you supposed to do? There's no easy way of going through something like this. There's no easy way of going through something like this. At all. It's gonna be hard and it's gonna fucking suck, but you can't let these people know that they're bothering you. That trollish behavior, because some of these people actually are probably fucking crazy people, for sure, 1000%. But also there's just people that are just here to fuck around. They're here to get a rise out of him. They don't care. They do not care. They have no stakes in the game. Thank you for the follow. They do not really care about this. They could be harassing anyone. You just happen to be the target today.
System says Proxy0 has raided the channel with 35 viewers. Welcome, raiders from Proxy0. Chatia is here to bring chaos and cuteness to your screens. Get ready for a wild and magical ride filled with mischief and charm. Hugo Tilda.
I miss you, crazy horse girl, man. I have to teach everyone. Oh my god.
Watching the Demon Channel.
Hey, Divi. I'm talking about how to deal, probably... Your dad's home? Pog. Thank goodness. How's he feeling? Is he feeling okay? And how are you feeling? Are you feeling okay? Oh. I'm exhausted. Oh. Y'all take care. Y'all take care. I'm sure you're taking care of yourselves. Your poor dad. I hope he feels better ASAP.
System says Proxy0 has resubbed for 89 months with message also Proxy's sniffy stink Proxys
today.
away.
I am the opposite
Proxy0,
of
89 months of chaotic togetherness. Your message springs mischief and humor to the stream. Let's continue spreading joy and charm with Chatia by our side. Hugo Tilda.
Oh, how's your global account doing? Is it not as good? Oh, both accounts. Pod. I don't. Oh my god. I swear. I swear. I was going over some wizardy developer guy who worked at 7 years at Blizzard. I'm just going over kind of like the rabbit hole I went down learning about this person and what I feel is useful as a learning tool from the situation. Oh no. I was just getting into some of the stuff that he's written on Twitter, at least after, I guess, the thing that happened in the Dire Mall run. And how when you're the subject of any harassment campaign, whether it be from tons of people to a handful of people or whatever the case may be, it's probably not best to let them know that it is fucking with you. And it's making you feel bad. 'Cause, yeah, they don't care. like, some of them, they for sure want to hurt you, but then other ones are just trolls. And they're just there to kick someone while they're down. They're not going to have sympathy for you. At all. And the people who don't like you definitely aren't going to have sympathy for you. And they're going to be very pleased that this is working. So there is no use in talking about this part of it publicly in this kind of way. Other than to say, yo, death threats aren't cool, losers, or something like that. But I think it's kind of the way he's talking about it. It's just, it goes, oh, okay, so this is how we can press your buttons. This is where we can go to rile you up. And there's like really easy ways of doing that. And he's like, here are a few examples from just inside of WoW to give you some understanding. Hold on, let me look here. Yeah. So, he puts whispers he's getting. He puts, a whisper of someone saying that he can't leave his house and he's gonna get stabbed. He has another whisper of someone saying, oh, we're on your way to your parents. He's got another one who's saying they're gonna jerk off his dead corpse. And then he has another one that says, I don't even understand this one. I don't understand. Getting a 7-day game ban in a 20-year-old game is greater than father's head on a silver platter. Ah ha 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 ha. Like, really, all of these are just very weird and don't make sense. But he goes, but, like, in this paragraph, he is saying, hey, I'm getting all these, like, threats and stuff. And here they are. Here's proof of the threats. And it's like, okay, so now people have a blueprint of how to speak to you to rile you up, or to scare you, or to make you feel bad. This is stuff that you talk about with your friends and stuff like that. The dead corpse twerking is a new one. Yeah, that's why I'm like, these are really weird. Like, they're all really weird. Like, one of them is like, we're gonna have people waiting for you at the grocery store. It's just very strange. Very weird, very strange, very unusual. It's like, why did you even bother screen capping this? Or, like, okay, I can understand why you would screen cap it. Right? So you can send it to, like, you know, like, moderators, other things like that, GMs, what have you, and be like, look, these people are being fucked up. Right? But why would you post them on Twitter? That's bizarre. It doesn't make it make sense. I don't know. I've seen other people do stuff like this where they will post exactly what's an insult that was said to them, either in DMs or in chat, and it's like a terrible insult. And they go, how dare someone do this? And there is a nasty, evil, little 16-year-old teenager that lives inside my brain that I have managed to stomp down that goes, oh, I know exactly what to say to you to troll you now. I know exactly what to do to push your buttons. I was a terrible teenager online when I was a kiddo. I was mean. I would go and troll people. Did I care who they were? Not really. Was I invested in what I was saying to them? No. I just wanted to get a rise out of people because I thought it was funny. Like that's like literally it. Who is his friend? He probably has plenty of friends. A lot of people tend to, you know, meet people, make friends, what have you. Yeah, that's just being mean for the sake of being mean. He's got friends, for sure. What if he made them all up to get attention and be a victim? You don't have to prove yourself to people. That's the other thing. That's the other thing that makes me feel he's such a greenhorn with streaming. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. Like you don't need to do that. You can just say, "Yo, hey, I'm getting threats. Like, this is crazy. Y'all go get a life." And you don't need to prove that statement. If someone's asking you for proof of death threats, they can just fuck right off, you know? You don't need to... And it's like... And who's asking? If it's a fellow content creator, they're like, oh, are you getting death threats, right? Like in a DM, somebody's talking to you as a friend or a content creator or what have you. You can go, yeah, I am. I'm getting these messages and stuff. It's kind of crazy, right? If it's like Penis Slayer 478 on Twitter going, oh yeah, where's proof? Why do you need to show that guy proof? It's just some random person on Twitter. There's no reason. Their opinion isn't that important to you as a person. Okay, it's some random Twitter user who's not a part of your community, who's not a friend of yours, not in the guild that you were in. Like, you don't need to answer them. You don't have to validate yourself to these random strangers. Like, it's okay to ignore them. It's alright. It's probably better if you do. I just... So what do you do in this situation? So I'm continuing the post now. So he says, what do you do in this situation? You start reporting it and banning people. Yes. We took 10,000 plus attack accounts and reported them up for the organized hate raid that it is. Okay. Is it organized? Is it organized? How does he know it's organized? Does he have proof of that? That's kind of curious. Like, that's one thing. It's one thing to be like, I'm getting death threats. Yeah, like, you don't have to show people that. But it's like, okay, if this is an organized group of people, is there a ringleader? Ringleaders? Is this a group that other people need to be concerned about? Might have been like a bot-like raid. I don't know. It's kind of hard to prove if it's not. Yeah, this is a weird statement. And reported them up for the organized hate raid this is. Because it's like, if you make a lot of people mad at once, they don't have to be hyper-organized to just all be insulting you. Like, that doesn't have to be organized. They don't have to be plotting things out in, like, a Discord call and going, yeah, we're gonna get him all at once. I'm guessing maybe bot raids, but those can be done by like a singular person. Anyway, it disrupted our broadcast on all platforms for the last 3 days and prevented our community from doing anything. Wouldn't it would be like, I would, what, emote only mode? emote only mode and locking down maybe the Discord to subs only. If someone wants to sub and try to insult you, well, guess you guess you ban them from the Discord. Yeah, it's only really disruptive if you let it be. There's so many mod tools and things that you can do, even just within Twitch itself, to where this doesn't have to get in the way of things. And you just, you write it out. Who knows how long it takes? Usually from what I've seen when people get like really mad at someone, whether they were doing things that were shitty or not, time tends to move on pretty quickly. Blocking down the verified chatter, needing phone numbers and email would cover most bots. Sub-only mod would also be solid. Yeah. Yeah. There's just so much that I would be like, if I was in this situation, what would I do? One, I would not get into the situation because I know how to apologize properly, and I don't think I'm always right. Two. Two. I wouldn't pay attention to all the hate I'm getting. I would just, I would just play like, for obvious reasons, we're going emote only mode. For obvious reasons, we're locking it down to subs. For obvious reasons, we're gonna lock down the Discord for a bit. Hopefully when things blow over, after people get over it, we'll go back to things like normal. I've already apologized. I've already explained myself. Although that's also operating under the pretext that I'm trying to be genuine, right? About it. That's operating under the pretext that maybe I messed up in some way, and I want to genuinely make amends for what's happened, so I would take those steps. Someone subs to try and insult you? Well, first off, thanks for the money. Second, you're banned. What are we talking about? Oh, yes, Argmatey. I've been calling him Wizard Guy because of the WoW thing. I'm just kind of going over because I feel like there's a lot to learn here. Not just, like, there's a lot to learn as just, like, a person from someone like this in ways that we can communicate better with each other. And then also, just as a general content creator kind of things, I think there's a lot to glean here. But Saimeki, I did end up watching The Healthy Gamer GG with Dr. K. I thought that I was just gonna like scrub through because I was like, oh my goodness, this is 30 minutes with the Wizard Guy. That's a lot. But it was so good. I had never watched any content from him before, but that was amazing. That guy is amazing. Holy cow. I was like worried at first because I was like, oh, is this gonna be a thing? Like, is he gonna be kind of defensive with this guy or whatever? But no, he was lovely, very enlightening. He was very understanding, but at the same time, he was also very pointed. Like, he's like, this is what it is, kind of thing. This is how people view it. And stuff like that. It was great. I really loved, he was talking about the mentalization in that video, and I'd never thought of that before, and that is really pog. Yeah, it didn't feel like a one-sided attack. It never felt like he was attacking him, and he constantly asked him, he's like, is this okay? Are you okay? Like, we can stop this. If you're not comfortable, we can end this. And he did that a few times, too. Especially when you could tell he was, like, trying to gauge how the Wizard Guy was reacting. And if he thought, like, something was going a bit squiggy, he'd be like, hey, we can stop. Like, you don't have to keep talking. It was very understanding with him. I like that guy. He's lovely. I need to watch some more of his stuff. I was, like, sick on the weekend. And so I ended up doing this deep dive while I was tummy hort on couch watching TV. watching YouTube videos on my TV about this and just kind of like looking into it. I'm just dissecting kind of this dude's initial posts on Twitter and how this is a really bad idea to handle a hate raid. He did the wrong thing, I feel. I don't feel like he did the right thing. Not that anyone knows. There isn't really a right way to deal with this shit because it's bonkers and crazy and not something a normal person should be dealing with in any way, shape, or form. But I think there's ways that you can manage it without painting a target on your back and without telling people how to troll you. He like put exact quotes from people and things they were saying to him on Twitter. There was no need to do that. You did. Now people know that if they mention your parents and if they mention coming to your house or jorking you off, then they know they can say those things and it will upset you. You should don't do that. Please. It disrupted our broadcast on all platforms for the last 3 days and prevented our community from doing anything. That's a hate raid no matter how you slice it, and it needs to be reported. Yes. Although you still probably could have done stuff. Things just would have been locked down a little bit more than normal. We also set up automation to shut down the first message, last message shit-stirring posts, which works to mostly positive effect. First message, last mess? First message, last mess? What's that mean? What does that mean? I'm gonna tell my haters giving me money makes me mad. Oh, yes. I hate it when you guys help me take care of the cats. Freaking haters, how dare they? First time chatters saying some shit. Oh, first time that make okay. It's their first message and they're probably typing out last message. So we set up automation to shut down the first message, last message. So
glad the lad says, party one, take that. Ha. Glad the lad, your competitive spirit adds spice to the chaos. Chatier's mischief is unmatched.
How
Let's
dare
keep
you,
the party going with more charm and magic in the stream. Hugo Tilda.
Oh my gosh. But, we set up automation to shut down the first message, last message, shit-stirring person of work to mostly positive effect. Sorry, I'm trying to parse how I'm going to say why this sounds like a dumb thing to say. We set up automation to shut down the first message, last message, shit-stirring posts, which worked to mostly positive effect. You know what setting up automation to shut down this is? You know what that is? They just went into Twitch and they said, ban anyone saying this phrase. It makes it sound like it's something they had to go out of their way to do. This is just stuff that's built into Twitch. Am I crazy? Is this bitch eating crackers? Is this bitch eating crackers moment for me? This seems like a weird way to say that they just added a banned term. That is such a normal thing to do. That is a very normal thing to do in your chat. Even when you're not getting a hate raid. So it's like, we set up automation. You made a ban term. It's a bit hyperbolic, but it's kind of okay. It's hyperbolic. That's why it bothers me. He says things in such a weird way. He says things in... I edited the block terms lists. It's like, I use the tools the site provides to deal with the thing. Like, who cares? Yeah, this is... Why are you even including this? Oh, I could be really mean. I could be so mean. That would be mean. That would be mean. I just had a thought of, oh, I wonder if I could grammatically correct a lot of this. As someone who used to do a bunch of writing, I'm like, oh, I bet I can condense this and make a little, be a bit more concise and maybe a bit more fluid. He didn't even say they were using regex filters! No, not the... missed opportunity. We set up regex automation to shut down the first message, last message thing. I'm talking about that stuff. I feel like most of the things weren't as bad. It's... Ooh. One of the things that I saw to me was pretty bad, but only one thing. And like I said, it's not like this person isn't evil. All right? First off, this person isn't evil. They're a jerk. Okay? There's a difference. There's a big difference. But every sentence might end up on a resume. When they say it like that, it sounds like they're trying to jorkulate their peen. Well, they definitely don't want their peen jorked by their haters. I don't know why they included that one. Like, it sounds ridiculous. Like, it sounds ridiculous. Despite all of this, I kept running with the guild and kept doing dungeons with people. I got my Uber's key, had runs that were fun, and had some clutch moments as well. Then during an Uber's run, another creator in the group shit-talked me the entire run and spoke many times about wanting to start a fight with me over voice for content. I was pissed about this and said bluntly to the community that I would be reporting anyone that does things like this. Not just anyone covering the situation, anyone specifically targeting me to make content out of it by directly disrupting our broadcast. I don't like the way this guy types. Who was this? Another creator in the group shit-talked me the entire run and spoke many times about wanting to start a fight with me over voice for content. So he links to 2 other examples of stuff, like, here's an example of this, and here's an example of this, but he doesn't put this? Like, why does the other stuff get examples, but this doesn't? Like, this seems like a bigger deal to me. This seems like a bigger deal than just, you know, random haters who are, like, some random strange people. Like, this is someone who's in your guild who has access to you, like, trying to fuck with you. Like, I feel like this is a bigger deal than the other stuff. But he just kind of... Like, who was this? I don't know. I know that it's funny that he mentions that he's like a creator in the group shit-talked me the entire run. It's funny that he says that because he did that himself as well. Hold on. I don't want to play the voice clip. Hold on. I'm going to mute myself really quick. He filed like a DMCA, a false DMCA takedown of a video game because they're like, "Oh, you included my voice in it," but the voice was not in the game. The voice was put in a Reddit clip. So I don't want this person like randomly coming after me. Hold on. Where's OBS? There it is. I'm just gonna mute my Discord audio really quick. Okay. Okay, so Evocate is definitely in this game. I'm not crazy. Okay, so he's laughing at Lucari, saying you need to evocate between pulls so you can get your mana back. And Lucari's like, oh, you know, like, I'm new to the game. Sometimes I just need, like, a reminder. Because, yeah, he's new. He's never played WoW before, as far as I'm aware. If you want to know, they say a lot about game dev that is just blatantly wrong too. Oh, that's like the biggest part that's missing for me because I only know really basic bitch basic baby bubble blowing baby basic coding programming stuff. And I was trying to find anyone who could talk about his programming or anything that he mentions about programming because I do not have like the skills to really analyze that very well. I kept trying to find people who did, but nobody was really saying anything about that. And I was like trying to get a complete picture of who this person was. I was just aghast at their variables. I didn't like the way they were doing their variables, but it's not like it's horrible. You know what I mean? Like if you want to use numbered variables, if you don't really want to label those, it's whatever, right? I just feel like you waste a lot of time by putting a comment on every single variable line. That's mainly why I avoid their stuff and the eagle. There's been people talking about bad practice, like using a lot of magic numbers and over commenting. Yeah, because it's not, it's like not great, but if that's the way they want to go about things, sure, right? If that's the way they want to do it, whatever. If that's how they do it, if that's how they're learning, go for it. The problem is he speaks on he says he's got 20 years of game dev, 20 years of programming and all this, and then it's like that's a little questionable. Yeah, it's fine at the core, but it's not an expert take level. Exactly. It's like it's just hard for me to comment on that stuff because like I said, I am basic bitch bubble blowing baby. I hate coding. I don't like programming much. I've never felt like I've really meshed with it. Sometimes I'll get lost in the sauce and get easily like kerfluffled, and then I have trouble, and then I have to like Google a million things. I'm just not good at it. I'm just not good at it, and every time I would have to do it for school, I hated it. It wasn't that I wasn't like terrible, but I wasn't great either, was the thing. As I always complain about other content creators, they have learned coding from YouTube but have zero professional experience. Yeah, that was the other thing is I don't think he's ever gone to school for game dev or programming or what have you. He was working on an entomology degree with a specialization in ants, but he ended up dropping out of school. Which I think that's really pug. Entomology's pug. I like ants. I like bugs. Entomology's cool. But, yeah, so he's reminding Lucari to innervate between pulls while laughing at him. But it's like, that's whatever. Okay, that could be written off as just joking at that moment. Yeah, he's like picking on this new player. He's like, yeah, it's And God, it annoys me. I don't know why this grinds me. I don't know why. I don't care. It's bitch eating crackers. It's bitch eating crackers. It's bitch eating crackers. It annoys me because it's this person saying it. So he goes, "You're right, chat. I am the only mage in the party because nobody else is casting because if only someone else would cast Arcane Int. Pause. If only. Okay, I think I know why that statement bothers me. Now that I'm like really thinking about it. I listened to all of this like when I was tummy hort, but there's some stuff that I was definitely out of it for. Hold on, let me listen to that again. Yeah, it's too bad that I'm the only mage in the party, right, chat? It's hard to tell if he's talking to chat in that moment or he's reading a comment from chat. But if my chat was being mean to someone I was collabing with, I would not read that out loud. I think the only thing I'll read out loud in chat is Simeki and their oatmeal cream pie stuff. I think that's about stuff like that. But that seems so mean. I don't know. He just said he's new. He just said he's new to the game. He literally said, "Oh, yeah, I'm new. I've never played this before. I just need some reminding sometimes." If it was chat, it sounds like using that comment to be passive aggressive for sure. Oh my god, that's such a long pause. He goes, "If only someone else would cast Arcane Int." Hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna try and sync up. If only someone else casts Arcane Int. Hold on. 24, 25, 26. 3 seconds! 3 whole seconds, and he says, "If only." Like, what is that pause? Whatever. Okay, dude. This is definitely bitch eating crackers. I'm hyper-analyzing this, but it's just like so mean. Why are you being so mean to him? And he brings it again. Oh, can't wish for the rogue. Can't wish for the other mage to cast Arcane Int. Buddy, how about the guy who literally just said, "I am new to the game," and be like, "Hey, do you want to cast Arcane Int on this person and this person? And I'll cast Arcane Int on this person, or on you and this person, and I'll cast Arcane Int on myself and these 2 other people." Right? Being like, "Hey, make sure you're buffing. The buff's about to run off." You know? He literally just said he's new. But no. Do you want to be fucking helpful? Of course you don't want to be fucking helpful. This fucking shit grinds my goddamn gears. This shit pisses me off, dude. Okay. Yeah, so he's drinking the mana bread right now, or he's drinking and eating right now to like recover, cuz mages, They make their own drinks and treats to heal and get mana back. And he goes, "Oh, gotta get my oats," right? This is Lakari saying, "Yeah, I gotta get my oats." He's like, "Hey, since we have 2 mages, we can probably both do polymorph." And then, Jerk Wizard Man goes, "Oh, we have 2 mages? Okay, you can stop now. You can stop. Here I've been the only one casting Arcane Int 3 times! Okay, he gets it. He's supposed to be casting that. How about you guys delegate that since he seems to be having trouble casting it? You can help remind him. Help him build a habit of it, you fucker. Jesus Christ. I don't know. He just said he was new. He literally just said he was new. When he brought it up the first time, he said he was new. Or that was with Innervate. He said it was new with Innervate. So it's like, bro, just help him. Blah, 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 blah. Like, bruh. Imagine a guild community instead of being passive-aggressive to the new guy. There was a lot of people in this guild who were... It was their first time playing WoW. It's just supposed to be a fun thing where all these content creators get together. Some of them are like buddies and have friends in the guild and stuff like that. They're gonna play WoW for the first time. It's gonna be great and silly and wonderful. And then this motherfucker goes, "You're supposed to... Yeah, oh man. I wish I wasn't the only mage casting Innervate." Jesus! Shut up with your passive-aggressive bullshit. Trying to play it off as fucking... Oh, I'm just, it's just a little fun banter team. No, it's banter when it goes back and forth. You're just picking on him. The shit makes me mad. Sorry. It makes me mad. Sorry. Anyway. Back to the other thing. Because I was reading this thing. Yeah, but nah. Another creator shit-talked him. For the entire run. He would never do such a thing. Never, ever. You know? Bruh. Be for real. I was pissed about this, said bluntly that I would be reporting anyone that does things like this. Did he report that guy? Did he report them? Wait, did he report them or not? Despite all of this, I kept running with the guild, kept doing dungeons with people. I got my Uber's key, and I had runs that were fun, but had some clutch moments as well. Then during an Uber's run, another creator in the group shit-talked me the entire run, and spoke many times about wanting to start a fight with me over voice for content. I was pissed about this and said bluntly to the community that I would be reporting anyone that does things like this. Not just anyone covering the situation, anyone specifically targeting me to make content out of it by directly disrupting our broadcast. How is it disrupting the broadcast? Although, also, did he report that guy? Or it was gonna be reporting anyone like this guy? But not this guy specifically. I don't know. He's worded this so strangely. He's not clear. He's not clear or concise. So I'm like, okay, I'm trying to understand your story here. And it's like, did you report him? Or... And he said, I was pissed about this and bluntly said to the community that I would be reporting anyone that does things like this. So who's the community in this instance? Is it the guild? Is it the guild community? Or is it his chatters community? That's the other thing. It's really hard to tell who he's speaking about. Anyone like generally includes the person as well? I don't know. I just don't know who this is because I didn't see this part. Or maybe I can find it. But fight for content? Hold on, let me... Wait, but this is just from... Wait, was this not streamed? Hold on. Wait, what? Where is it? Hello? Why is it a black screen? Is there a mirror? Here it is. Oh! As far as I was based on how he was talking on the stream at the time, the community means the entire community of people watching the guild, basically. Okay, so listening to him talk about it when he's talking about, content creators want to get in a fight with them, they aren't talking to him specifically when they say that. They're muting and they're telling their chats that they want to get in a fight with him for content. What? What? You're broken. That shit is broken. You need to go outside and touch grass. Not everything is content. Act like a human being. Jesus Christ. You act like a human being. Oh, by the way, if you're interested, it's a pretty decent video. Kind of technical, but pretty good overview. This is like exactly what I was looking for. I was looking for a more technical look at the code, and I couldn't find one. Everyone just wanted to talk about the fucking WoW stuff or the Stop Killing Games initiative, and I'm like, I already know all that. I just want different information. Okay, so he said he saw, I guess people gave him clips of people. I want to see. Hold on. I don't see clip. Hold on, maybe... Wait, there's an LSF of it? Maybe someone clipped... Who's this? P-Love. Who's that person? Oh. Someone, I guess, who got banned from that guild, too. I don't think I've seen a... This is just a random commenter. But they're saying, I don't think I've seen a single person say this about him. Is this about some small creator? Or is he making it up? I feel like there would be tons of clip of someone saying they wanted to fight him IRL over this. I think, and I might be the one that's wrong here, when he says people say they want to fight him, he's saying they would get into a verbal argument about the whole situation while they're in voice comms doing a dungeon. Honestly, you might be right. That thought went over my head. Like, is there any clips? Because I'm like actually curious. I'm like, oh, were people saying they were gonna fight him? And I feel like that stuff would have been posted. I don't know. I have no idea. Do you guys have any idea? Do you guys know if there were any content creators saying, oh, I want to fight him. I want to fight him for content. Making comments about women in the guild. Ew, grody. Icky. Nasty. Bleh. So even though I'm not crazy about people in LSF, they have no idea who was saying this to him. Oh, let me look that up. All the views it get. Maybe if I can look it up by something like that. So I guess it was like one person. It's so hard to find anything. Wait, what? What is this? Who's this person? Oh my god, this is long too. Good gravy. Oh, I think this is one of the people who died? Is this one of the people who died? Yeah, I hate to read into things people said a lot, but I definitely remember one guy joking about wanting to get in a fight with them for drama to farm people or something like that. I wouldn't take that so seriously. But like I said, like from like the stuff earlier, he's pretty fragile. Out of context, one of the people who died sounds crazy. Was he one of the people who died? Okay, I think he was in the run with them though, right? Savix? I don't know who this creator is. I think it is though. Oh, I don't know about that. If that's about his voice, I don't think that's second puberty. I bet that's something funny. But people train their voice to be certain ways for all sorts of reasons. Like back when I was doing more raid content and online gaming with people, I had to interact with like a lot of you know, gamer dudes, dude guy bros, and I found that if I talked in my typical way of talking, people wouldn't listen to me. So I had to lower my voice a lot, and I had to speak a little bit more directly. And I had to sound pretty punchy to get my point across. Like, hey, we need to do this, or we need to go here. We need to do all this and that, and what have you. Because, yeah, when I say, hey, guys, we need to do this thing over here, they just kind of ignore it, so. Like, people will do that, and I can kind of understand why he would want to, as, like, kind of, like, the voice that he wants to exude for his stream. And even now, I project a ton, too. So it's like, I don't really find that weird. I find that more bitch-eating crackers. I think that's bitch-eating crackers. I don't think it's a sign of anything. I don't think he's using a voice changer. I just... It's whatever. It's whatever. People change their voices all the time for all sorts of reasons. Like, naturally is what I'm saying. I'm sure he can... I'm sure even from when he first... I think I saw some interview where he's talking. He has kind of like a... It's still like a guy voice, but a little bit higher pitched. I don't think it's hard for dudes to lower their... I don't think it's hard for dudes to lower their voice, like, a little bit farther. I have a much harder time doing it. I wish I could go a lot deeper than this, but, it's rough. But it is whatever. It's just EQ shit. Even then, I'm not even sure if it's EQ shit. Although his mic quality is really weird. It has a it could be like equalizer. Whenever I was watching the Dr. K thing, he would like, I think his mic would like peak from time to time. I thought that was weird. Should I do Boyle? Hold on. Should I do Manley? Hold on. I feel like I would kind of fit in with like this background and stuff. Hold on. Where's my guy? Yeah, cause I hate wizard guy. They want to say everything. It's muddying the waters of what's really problematic behavior and what's just, this is nothing. If somebody else did this, no one would give a shit. It's just because it's wizard guy. I remember Markiplier once spoke about how much his voice changed since he started YouTube to whenever I saw the vid in question. Using your voice a lot also changes stuff with it. True! Plus, he also aged. You're talking fucking years. You're talking fucking over a decade. I will tell the hell of it being equalizer. I bet he uses equalizer to help enhance maybe the bassiness of it, but I think the depth of it is probably just him. Yeah, he's definitely also using EQ either way, but I mean, so do I. I do as well. I mean, most creators, they should. they better. I say they better, but not everyone. I got help with it. I paid someone to help with it. I got help from Coffee Run. And he was so nice! He was so nice and so easy to, like, understand and stuff like that. It was really good. I was very happy. Hooray. I'd have to listen to the before and after, but that would require listening to him. Oh, Markiplier? Or Wizard Guy. Wizard's Guy is very different, but I'm not going to play Wizard Guy's voice clip because I know he likes to DMCA people, so I'm not going to do that. He is! I love Coffee Run. And he has he's such a pretty voice, too. He's got such a good voice. Ah, that guy, yeah. There is an interview that he did about, I think, 8 years ago? 7 years ago? There's like some sort of interview that he does, and you can tell it's a little bit higher pitched. Still sounds like a guy though. It's a little bit higher pitched. And then you compare him to now, and it's way much deeper resonance. But like I said, people do that, like, on their own. So it doesn't bother me. It's distracting from the other naughtiness. Distracting. It's a distraction. It's a smoke screen. Okay, so there probably was there was a guy who was probably making tee-hee-ha-has, and he said, that's not funny. The idea that you shouldn't fight back or do anything to defend yourself is absurd. Absolutely do something about shit like this. Defend yourself and report that kind of behavior. It doesn't matter what size of creator you are, that doesn't belong on any of these platforms. The idea that you shouldn't fight back. Is he talking about the people that are like, yo bros, stop engaging with it? Is he talking about those folks? I'm definitely in that camp, though. I'm like, don't engage with this. This just seems like a bad time. This just seems like a bad time, or at least that's how I would approach it if I was in such a situation. I would just be like, let it run its course and stop interacting with the mass of people that are angry with me. I think that was because people were saying him reporting creators was a fucked up thing to do. Oh, because he ended up reporting that person? Gotcha. The idea that I shouldn't fight back or do anything to defend myself is absurd. Absolutely do something about shit like this. Defend yourself and report this kind of behavior. I would say in this situation, then, he doesn't need to explain himself. This doesn't even need to be addressed. If it's a thing where he's like, he feels like someone is harassing him, then yeah, report them. Although I have the funny feeling, maybe that person was making like a joke and maybe he misinterpreted it as being more serious than it was. And maybe that's why people are mad about that. It's hard to know without like actually seeing it. But like how someone might interpret it as him going too far, but if it's harassment, it's harassment. Like, you don't need to explain that. Okay. This was posed as a content guild, which to me meant we were crafting stories and narratives around our characters and achievements, not content at any cost, which this clearly has become. It's so funny that this is his like statement here, because before I even knew all the rest of everything that went on, before I knew this, I had only seen the clip of him running away, and I thought, oh, he's doing this on purpose. I thought he did it on purpose! I thought he did it for the lulz! I thought he did it for the lulz, for content! Cause who would actively say, I can't do anything for you, I don't have any mana, when you have a mana gem sitting in your inventory, and an innervate that's been unused? I don't even like playing mage. I don't even like playing mage. I thought it was for the lulz. For those in the guild that reach out to me after all of this, thank you. It was fun running together, and maybe we will again one day in a different game. Yeah, funny haha, I'm behavior when it's like, you got a mana gem, you gotta, what did the robe have on it? It had like some sort of effect, right? I think the other thing that I was like, he just has them on his bar, like he has to click them. What did the robe do? Hold on. Oh, it was mana restoration! It was a mana restoration robe. Gotcha. Did you see what he said to the rogue? No. Was there I I haven't actually seen. I saw the initial pull, him blinking away, and then him saying, "What can I do for you? I have no mana. Like, there's nothing I can do for you." And, like, sitting at the entrance, basically? Hold on. I was pretty out of it. Let me take a look here. Oh my god, it's so hard to find specific things. It's so hard to find specific things. Am I still desktop audio muted? Okay. Wait! This is a song! No, I want the clips! Somebody made a song. Oh, wait! Okay, I think this is it uncut here. Okay. I didn't realize how egregious this was. I didn't remember how egregious this was. So, like, he's, like, running with the pack a little bit. He's running with the pack a little bit. And then the other guy's like, "Oh, heal him, heal him, heal him." And he's like, "Okay," and come back. And there's, like, a healer and, like, I guess a rogue running with him. And then both the healer and the rogue turn around to go back to help. But he just keeps running. He does not turn around to help them. At all. He's a mage. You can slow stuff. It's like one of them's panicking about being healed and he's not going back. He just keeps running. Okay. That's so funny. Cause they're all in like a little bunch, like running at first. And then the two other people turn around to go back to help. And then he just keeps going. Nah, time to run away. Listen, video games are very scary, okay? They are not chances for you to practice at being brave, okay? It's for you to turn tail and run. Oh, it's a day or so after the fact? What do you mean, why am I walking? Look at my mana. And then I can see the innervate. I can see the robe. I can see the mana gem. He's also... How does Berserk work for mage, actually? Hold on. Okay, it's just attack power. Does it do anything for... Oh yeah, increases your casting and attack speed. Yeah. Or no, that's Berserkine. Where's the... Let me see. What did it do in vanilla? Here we go. Increases your casting attack speed by 10 to 30%. At full health, the speed increases 10% with greater effect up to 30%. If you are badly hurt when you activate Berserking. Ooh, Pog! Could have gotten a 30% boost, bro. He had like 1 health. Ugh. I'm looking way too deeply into WoW because I have brain worms about WoW. Yeah, he just keeps running and then stopping and looking back as they try to coordinate. The other 4 players try to coordinate. That's so funny. Hello. Wait a minute. Hold on. Did I just see what I thought I saw there? Okay, so he's got 839 mana at this moment. He puts a frost shield on himself. And then the fucking blinks. Oh my god. Why did he even bother? Why did he even bother putting a frost shield on himself? He wasn't gonna go back to help them. He wasn't gonna do that. He just sat there and stared. Casted frost shield on himself and stared. And then said, nah, and ran away again. Wait, really? This... My invocation's on cooldown? Wait, hold on. Am I misreading the skill? Hold on. What is the... What does it look like? No, I don't want freaking... Or no, what's the mage one? Am I crazy? No, I haven't heard that part because now I'm just looking at skills and stuff. Evocation. That's what I'm thinking of. Wait, is it on cooldown? Is he a dirty liar? Wait. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on, 110? Wait, huh? What does evocation look like in vanilla? Am I crazy? Hasn't it always been the little guy who's like, oh? Hasn't it always been that guy? Yeah, this is the classic. It's the little guy with the lightning. Where is evocation on his bar? Am I insane? Am I blind? Me blind? Okay, I can't be crazy, right? Where is it? Oh wait, there it is! There it is! It's behind his stupid hat! Okay, so it is actually on cooldown. Evocation is on cooldown. But manage him in shirt. Manage him in shirt! But hat though! He's already making excuses and also interrupting their calls. They're like trying to organize as well, and he keeps talking over them, which is very annoying. Oh, it's so... There's someone in his chat saying Frost Nova costs 40 mana. That's so funny. I don't know what they were expecting. For you to use your items, bro. That's what they were expecting you. Hold on. Is this the video I'm looking? No, it's not. Hold on. Let me look at this. Oh, I think I'm looking at it directly right now. Completely. Okay, so he's sitting with the warrior and the rogue outside the instance. Wait, does he... He says he has 2,000 mana back, and he had to put it all on Blizzard. Had to spend all of his mana on Blizzard to help them out. Wait a gosh darn second. He's got 2 Blizzards on his bar. Although, hold on. I will show you the problem I have with this bar, though. Because it bothers the hell out of me. Whoop, 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 whoop. Hold on, I'm trying to make it big. Look! He has to click all of those at the top! So I think he used his big... But look, he's got the smaller blizzard. Why didn't he use that one? It's right there! He didn't use the less mana count, but he had 3,000 mana to work with. Ah! This is why you need to bind all your skills. This is why you need to practice with control and shift. It's like he didn't know he could downcast shit at level 1. He does, because I think that was something he spoke about. He has it on his bar. You can see that his higher level Frost Nova is grayed out, but he's got the lower level one above it. But he has to click it with this mouse. Same with this polymorph. He has to click it with this mouse. His mana gem, he has to click it with this mouse. His shirt, he has to click it with this mouse. I think the other thing that annoys me about how he played was he was far away, and then was like, oh, I'm out of mana. And it's like, okay, I can understand not being able to click this stuff with your mouse in a panic, but while you're sitting there and away from danger, click your mana gem. Click your mana restore robe. It bothers me so much. Sorry, I'm harping on this because I'm just some fucking WoW dweeb. My favorite thing from his whole Ashes of Creation controversy is that people were just complaining that he's just terrible at gaming. It was so funny. I ended up, so I only saw this like little bit of WoW stuff, and then I ended up watching that Ashes of Creation one later. After I was like, so people are really upset at this person, and YouTube randomly recommended me this guy playing Ashes of Creation, like getting on a wizard guy's case. And I was like, what's this about? And oh my goodness. It was like the first thing where I was like, I don't think this guy knows how to play games very well. Because when I saw this, people were saying, like, oh, he's really good at playing, blah, blah, blah. Like, had that kind of, like, air about it. But I'm like, oh, no, he's just terrible. He didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't for the lulz. He's just very bad. Oh, God, I haven't gotten into that yet, Bright. I haven't gotten into that yet. I'm gonna touch on that in a bit, because that was the thing that made me kinda really very upset. That's not on me. Oh, you're just gonna talk over me? Let me see, 5 minute, 30? Hold on. Yeah, this is the same bit. Yeah, he's so rude! He's so rude to them! Like, whatever excuses and what have you, but good gravy. He's so rude. No, and it's just like, nope, you called to run, so I run. I have no brain of my own. I just listen to the shot caller. Yeah, fucking wild. Fucking wild. Ah, turning my music back on. There we go. My little background music. But yeah, no, dude was, yeah, no. So... Oh, shoot! Hold on.
Chattier would be a sassy rogue in classic WoW, sneaking around with mischief and charm, ready to cause chaos and spread magic with a dash of cat-like grace. Yugo Tilda.
Yeah, sorry, I had it muted because this dude has gone after people for just using his voice. So I don't want to take chances. He is the kind of person that will respond to, like, some random person named Dude Guy 187 on Twitter to defend his honor. I don't need this dude looking at me. I'm just here to talk about the weirdness and why people might be upset with if people are communicating in these ways. And then getting mad at WoW stuff, because getting mad at WoW is fun. So, hell no. I don't want to deal with that. I just want to talk about people being unusual. So, in the Dr. K interview and stuff like this, where they're just talking about the situation, he goes over the situation. He describes in great detail what happened. Except when it comes to what he has done and why people are angry, the only thing he says is, I made a smug comment. And then that's it. That's the only thing he says, is I made a smug comment. He doesn't get into detail about anything he said. He doesn't describe what he said. He leaves that out completely, just that it was smug. It's like, so do you actually know? Is this something that you consciously understand is bad, and that's why you were not mentioning what was said? Or do you not understand? Or are you dismissing it and saying, oh, my statement was so piddly and so little and so nothing that no one should have issues with it, and if they do, they did worse things, you know? He pulled too many packs. He called the shots. He said everyone to run. And so I took my little feetsies and I dashed away. And I think it's rather telling that they're like, oh, I don't have anywhere near as much experience as you. It's like what they're saying in the party. And it makes me think that he's been going around telling people, oh, I've been playing this game for forever. I'm, you know, I know a bunch of stuff and all of this. It makes me think that's what he tells people, because I find it, I don't know, I found it weird because the guy was like, I don't know this game as well as you, was like said. 'Cause he's like, I'm not the shot caller. I'm not used to this game. I'm a noob, is what he said. He's like, I haven't played this as much as you. I don't have as much experience as you. He's the girlfriend who writes a Bible on DMs. And the boyfriend that writes K at the same time. Oh my god. Well, he worked at Blizzard. He definitely knows a lot. Well, I mean, you say that, but then he said, I'm just a former Blizzard employee. I don't know everything about the game. Which is so weird. What does that have to do with being a former Blizzard employee? I guess because maybe people were conflating his working at Blizzard with being good at the game. Maybe somebody was saying stuff like that. Okay, so during during the interview, he keeps talking about they and them and having conversations with people. And my dumb ass thinks he means other content creators, other people in that guild. I think friends. I think other creators that he's close with. Whatever the case may be, I think that's what he means. Until I realized it's not what he's talking about. Because he mentions, oh, I tried to have conversations with people for about 30 days about this stuff and to explain myself. But when I explained myself, they become unhinged and not sane. And I was like, whoa, like, people in the guild were, like, really mad at you? Like, were they, like, threatening you? Like, what's going on there? That's kind of weird. Like a person would do that, right? And I thought that was so weird. Because he keeps talking about having conversations with people and saying, oh, I had conversations with people. And they would, you know, get up on my grill the more I talked about it. Until he mentions later on that, oh, I built a community where we have conversations with each other. He's talking about people that show up to his chat. His very busy, thousands of people chat. Those are the people he's having quote-unquote conversations with. And he's going, oh, I explained myself, and they become unhinged and crazy. And it's like, you're interacting with trolls. You're interacting with trolls who come into your chat. Those are not the people you should be having conversations with. You should be having conversations with the other guild people, friends who are asking you, yo, bro, what's this about, you know? I just... like, chat, I love you a lot. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all's support. But if some random person comes in saying, explain yourself! Like some random person I don't really know, whether they be part of, maybe they're new to the community, maybe they're not even a part of my community. I wouldn't feel the need to have to prove myself to this random person. I don't know. That seems so bizarre to me. And he's like, oh, they become unhinged and crazy. I lay out everything. And then they become nuts. And I'm just like, he
Dragon
didn't...
of Eternity says, explain yourself.
Yeah, Chatia.
Chatia is the embodiment of chat in a cat's body, sassy, charming, and full of mischief.
Charming.
Ready to spread chaos and magic with a hint of perfection. Hugo Tilda.
But did he ever explain himself to Penis Slayer 420XXX? Yes, he does. He responds to people's messages on Twitter. But, like, he'll respond to some content creators and stuff, but then he also responds to, like, people who have, like, 17 followers. Like, I'm sure they're lovely people. I'm sure they're just fine. But I feel like you could spend your time and energy better than answering a bunch of posts from nearly perfect strangers. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. I don't get it. Being correct and smug is your career, though. Is it his career? So it's like Dr. K ends up pushing in on trying to get to the bottom of what was said, what was actually happening. He brings up missing reasons and stuff like that. And I don't think it's BPD. I don't think it's that. And we are in no place to diagnose this man. He definitely 1000% needs to talk to a therapist, though. This guy is mixed the hell up. Dr. K asked him if he thinks about himself, and he said he doesn't. And I find that so sad. And he probably does need to think about himself, like in a very genuine way. Not in the platitudes that he shoots out at people, right? Not the worked at Blizzard 7 years, 20 years game dev, the DEFCON medals, this, that, and the other. Like, he needs to take a look at himself. Because, it seems like there's like a disconnect. There's a disconnect between how he views himself, how he portrays himself, and then there's a disconnect between him and other people, like a big one. And it's because of how he communicates with folks. Yeah, the way that he sounds whenever he's talking about other people, whenever he's saying you did this and you did that, he's speaking very objectively. Like, this is how I perceive things, so this is reality. Your perception is not reality. What you perceive is subjective, but what I perceive is objective. And then whenever somebody goes, hey, you did this, I saw you do this, or you did this thing, he goes, well, it was all you, or it wasn't me, or I feel like we all did something bad, and he changes it to be way more, like, soft on himself and all of this. It's like, buddy, you need to own up. And he, like, I read both of those tweets. In any way, shape, or form, did it sound like he was taking accountability for anything? Because to me, it didn't sound like that. It sounded like, well, we all made mistakes. So dismissive, hand wavy. We all made mistakes anyway. He shouldn't have pulled that stuff. I was just smug. Dismissive, dismissive, dismissive. And then, ended up lacing it with, I've been getting death threats. I've had to block 40,000 people. If people do this to me, I'm gonna stand up for myself. I'm going to block their, report them, and da-da-da-da-da. And it was like, it was mostly that, and I'm like, wait, okay. Alright, bro. It's just bizarre. It's bizarre. It's weird. It comes across weird. It's so hard to understand. Our boy's getting it twisted, as the kids say. But the way he talks makes him sound like he knows everything, and that rubs people the wrong way by default. Yeah. It was so great, Dr. K at one point. I keep wanting to say Mr. K. Dr. K at one point he says to him, well, I'm right and you're wrong, right? And he goes, how does that make you feel? And he was like, his face was like shocked, like default, like how he felt, because Dr. K is like, you're telling everyone they're wrong. Out the gate. It doesn't give them a chance to have a conversation with you. They have no outlet to vent how they're feeling when you just say they're wrong. You know?
Dragon of Eternity says, I'm right and you're wrong.
Yeah, we're not naming names here.
Chatia is always right in the chaos of cuteness and mischief.
We ain't harassing everyone because they don't deserve that.
Magic. Keep spreading joy with a dash of perfection.
Evil, okay?
Tilda.
No one deserves that kind of treatment. Don't add on to that, obviously. I don't think any of you guys would anyway. Y'all are fucking sweethearts. I know. I see y'all, you fucking cuties. But just to be on the safe side, I don't want to, like, name any names. I'm sure people know who this person is. But at the same time, I don't want to encourage that. Shake your dreads. I don't have dreads. Oh no. I don't have dreads to shake. Fuck. I have bangs. Bang shake. Will you let me do my worksheet? Never attribute to malice. Never attribute to malice what can be adequately explained by incompetence. Miss so much! Oh no. It's been a little bit. It's been a little bit. But Dr. K brought up oh my god. Brain. Mentalization. Dr. K brought up mentalization. I'm like, mind thing. He brought up mentalization, where you actively have to do thought exercises to kind of understand people and work through things. And also other sorts of exercises to recognize kind of our own shortcomings. To understand how to basically avoid hurting people, in other words. You're making curry! I'm hungry. Yeah, it's like logic, empathy. So, mentalization, you don't need to be empathetic to practice mentalization, but it can help with mentalization. So, those are two separate things themselves as well, because people go, well, isn't that empathy? And it's not. You're doing a thought experiment. You're thinking. You could be thinking from another person's point of view. You could say, if my friend's going through a hard time, if someone wanted to hurt them or take advantage of them in some way, how would they do that? And when you figure out those ways, you go, okay, I know what to avoid. You can also just, kind of put yourself in someone's shoes. Try to envision how they're feeling, why they would be feeling the way that they are, and stuff like that, right? And it's hard. That sort of thinking isn't necessarily easy for anyone, but it's something that you practice, and as you practice more and more, you get better. And I feel like it's something that I've learned to do kind of, I guess, by accident? Ever since I got out of the bad situation I was in, and I've been a free goat ever since I became a free goat. I was very defensive because I kept having to defend myself all the time because I had someone telling me that I ruined everything and I was terrible and I was this and that, right? So I'm constantly on the defensive. Whenever they would suggest something to me, it wasn't really a suggestion. It was, do this thing. Because if I didn't, I would get into trouble. I would be yelled at or demeaned. And so, like, when people would suggest things to me, like in chat and stuff like that, I would get very defensive and stuff like this. And it got to a point where I yelled at someone in chat for no reason, essentially. They were like, oh, have you tried this thing? And I thought they were telling me to do something, and I got mad at them. And thankfully Z pointed it out to me later. And I was like, oh no. And that was kind of like the first awareness of there's like no reason for me to be acting this way. Nobody here is like my ex. Nobody is. Nobody here is like my ex. My ex was a fucking piece of shit. He was an asshole. Those people are few and far between. And my community isn't like that. The people who are around me aren't like that. No one is. So why am I attributing, like, these things that I've learned? Because it goes back even to just, like, my mom. Stuff like that. She would also make suggestions that were just orders and stuff like this. So I had to stop thinking in terms of that. And I had to start thinking about where people were coming from. Right? And the vast majority of people in chat, they're just happy to be here. And I think for, like, at least for, like, a lot of people who watch streams, you just want to be helpful, right? To the people that you like to watch. I'm the same way in other chats that I'm in. I want to be helpful. Oh, somebody's stuck on something? Maybe they need help with something, or oh, I know a solution to this problem that they seem to be really having issues with, you know? If they're making a suggestion like that, right? It's coming from a place of earnestness and of care and all of that. So it's like thinking about that and thinking, and then that ended up applying to not just chat, but to all my friends. And I ended up applying a lot of like this like thought process of where someone might be to even people I don't really know, like people that are for the most part strangers to me. Like I see someone do something that I'm like, oh, that's like not very nice and not very cool, but like trying to understand them, right? Like, okay, if I was gonna be acting like this, why would I be acting like this? Maybe something to do with them. Maybe I look at their go down their Twitter a little bit and I see, oh, they had a pet pass away, or they had a falling out with a friend or something like that. Could that be affecting their mood? Like I can kind of see that, you know? It's just stuff like that. And I think it's good to do in general. It helps you understand people, right? But we have to practice that. And then obviously with stuff like that, it's not just like mentalization by itself isn't gonna help anything. You should also communicate with people, right? But it should be open communication, and it should be from an understanding place and not from an accusatory standpoint, right? You shouldn't be you're you and da-da-da-da-da. It should be more of trying to understand each other, even if that understanding means that you part ways, or you agree to disagree, or you maybe one of you changes each other's minds on stuff and stuff like it's just about communication. It's about clear communication, whatever that may be. The one thing that I was kind of surprised with Dr. K's interview is the whole time the wizard guy was pretty kind of nervous, very nervous energy, a little anxious. He kept doing this and looking at chat, like, or I should say he was like looking down like this at his other monitor, and then would look up back at Dr. K, and it's like, stop looking at chat. Stop it! Stop looking at chat! But, you know, just very nervous energy, definitely cares what people think of him and all of this. And Dr. K at one point says, you know, don't look at chat. Like, concentrate on what I'm telling you type of thing at some point. But just nervous anxious, worried. He's not quiet, obviously, but he's not exuding the same sort of energy that he normally would. But oh my goodness. So Dr. K talks about, okay, so you had this Twitter post and like it was really long and had all of this. He's like, have you ever thought about just leaving these things instead of he brings up the wizard guy brings up saying he needs to have things be complete. And Dr. K brings up the Twitter post and he's like, you know, have you ever considered just leaving things incomplete? Because they had talked about giving people chances to kind of like giving people chances to have an outlet and stuff like that. Because he leaves no room for an outlet for people. He goes, you're wrong, I'm right, that's the end. And then people go, you know? And he said, you know, have you ever talked about, you know, leaving the tweet incomplete? And he goes, what do you mean? And he says, well, words were, he's like, in your example tweet, you know, words were said, we all kind of messed up that thing, but I was smug, you know, like, and I was smug, you know, my bad kind of thing, and leaving it at that. And holy macaroni, he raises his voice and like actually gets like angry. And hold on, I gotta see that again because he goes, he says, I hate that. It's like, no, I hate that. And he starts to become very flushed. His cheeks turn pink. The area above his lip turns very pink, just very pink and red and like flushed and like upset. And he gets so mad, saying that, no, that's bullshit. Or how does he say it? Hold on. I don't think he says that's bullshit. Hold on. Like, I'm gonna do a big moody ooty. I'm gonna do a big moody ooty again. Healthy gamer GG. Which again? That guy, the healthy gamer guy, the Dr. K guy, amazing. Like I said, I was enthralled by this guy. He's very, very good at talking to people. I was impressed and I was like, oh, that mentalization thing was so good. I hadn't really thought of it that way. And I was like, this is great. This guy's great. Hold on. I'm gonna mute my stuff really quick so I can look this back up. Although, oh my gosh, it's a long thingy. So how am I gonna find that again? Ugh. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's not that one. Where is it? I'm so blind. Where'd it go? It's like 5 months ago, right? Oh wait, no, it was a stream, wasn't it? It was alive. Aha! It was alive! There it is. An honest talk. And hey Z! Opinion Z! Do you think playing the audio from Dr. K's stuff would be okay? It was just very interesting. long ago I learned to say, let's not talk about this because I'm mad about you or this. Because if you try to answer emotions with logic, you make the emotions worse because you didn't address the part first. He could have write the explanation later after a sincere first apology. Yeah, no, that's really important. There was another thing that Dr. K said that I was like, oh, that makes so much sense because there's a lot of people who try to. Okay, I see. Okay. There's a lot of people who try to dissociate from their emotions. And they try to tamp down the emotion so they can address things logically and stuff like this. But you know what? The emotions don't go away. They're still there. Just because you're disassociating doesn't mean that they're not still happening. They're still going to affect how you're reacting. And that was so powerful. I hadn't really thought it. I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. I have when I have like really bad like anxiety panic attacks, thankfully I haven't had anything really bad in a while, but it's like, oh, I dissociate and stuff stops kind of making sense. But just because my brain stops being able to compute what's around me and what's happening, it doesn't make reality stop being reality. I am there, sitting on the couch and with the cats next to me, with everything there. I'm still there. You know, I'm still in the place I was before I disassociated. I just don't have a good connection with it now. And then that's when the fear happens as well. And it's like we can end up doing the same thing with our emotions. You disassociate and then you stop understanding. And yeah, that's a recipe for trouble. You gotta realize that if Wizard Guy goes after Lay for playing his voice, the only people who would be coming into chat off that are Wizard Guy haters and hate watchers. Yeah, no, that's not the community I want. I do not want that. I want a community full of adorable cutes, okay? Y'all is cute. I'm gonna keep it that way. Got it? Got it? Yeah. Yeah, this guy's really weird about stuff. He's not scared to be litigious, and I don't like that. It's very weird. Or not weird. I can understand why, but at the same time, I wouldn't put it past him to try to just completely just to completely misunderstand me and why I'm talking about this, because I'm not trying to hurt this person. I am gonna throw a few jabs at him and say he's a jerk, but I'm not trying to harass this person. I'm just trying to understand him and also process my own emotions with this, because yes, the way that he talks and says stuff is to most people, I think, pretty aggravating, and it's hard to ignore. It's hard to be like, don't pay attention to that part of it. He just talks weird. But it's like how to even describe? It's almost hard to ignore how irritated he can make someone. It's rough. I feel bad for this person because he needs to change how he communicates. Because he honestly does not get it. He does not get it when if you end up watching this. He does not understand in any way, shape, or form like why people get mad. It's very interesting because he does say that this tends to be a problem of people kind of getting riled up, and it tends to happen a fair bit. So he knows it happens. But it's almost like there's a disconnect where he thinks, oh, people just go crazy. And it's like, no, there's a common denominator here. It's how you communicate. But it's like he doesn't want to change how he communicates. He thinks how he communicates is just fine. And that everybody else are the ones who should put up with how he communicates instead of him trying to at least meet people halfway on something. And it's like, I can kind of get that. And I'm sure, like Dr. K mentions that the way that he communicates can probably seem like an oasis to a lot of people who maybe do talk like that or maybe do enjoy that sort of style of communication, because people tend to be very emotional communicators that just usually by default for a lot of folks. There's definitely people who I want to say who aren't, but we all are, but there's some people who can tap into it more than others, and in different ways. Yo, his cutes broke my brain. I thought I forgot English for a second. You cute! The point of view good needs to exist, right? Fast growth sometimes doesn't develop a good handling of the growth. True! No, I saw a lot of that firsthand. I myself can't even say I handled my growth well, although I was also dealing with crazy shit at the same time that I was dealing with that. I don't think I had like, I don't think I was allowed an experience to handle growth, which kind of stinks, but it is whatever. It is life. I am obviously still here, and I love it. So, Curry's ready. Wait, I need a picture of Curry. PNG. Dang it. Dang it. Oh. Oh, but I don't have... There's Nkatsu in it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. I'm trying to find one. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Curry. It's gonna be so scuffed. Let's go. Image. Curry. There we are. There we go. I got Curry. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab it.